You're on the Six Screens Telenetwork, earning the reputation of giving all the right ingredients, uninhibited, exposing the hard, cold facts about the Watchtower Society.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome in once again to our program tonight, our late night program with Linda. We've got some noise going on there, Linda, somewhere. I'm not sure why or what, but okay, it seemed to stop now. So anyways, we've got Apostababe coming on tonight, your favorite apostate, and she has a program called Healing After the Watchtower. So we're looking forward to a program. Hello, Linda, can you hear me okay?
Yes. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm cranking away at it, full speed ahead. Yeah, lots of people coming through here tonight. Our programs are getting more and more attention every week, so that's good. So we're looking forward to your program as well. So I'll kind of step in the background here and let you take things over. So do your thing, Linda.
Okay. Hello, all. This is Apostababe Linda James, your favorite apostate. And here in Southern California, it's raining. Yeah, it's raining. It never rains in Southern California. I think there's even a song. It never rains in Southern California. See, I used to know the tune. I just can't think of it right now. But yeah, today's show, all these different subjects that have been brought up, such as the Norway situation where they have told the organization that they were not going to fund them any longer. And of course, the organization did appeal. And then recently they've lost their appeal. And the fact is Norway is going to no longer give them income. So that's what's going on. And see, I did not know this until, I would say, the Australian Royal Commission. So that's about 2015, right? So when the Australian Royal Commission was like, y'all need to do a redress and make things right, okay? And then they threatened to not to give them funding, right? I had no idea that the government even gave the organization funding. I had no idea. So that's what we're talking about here. Norway giving the organization funding. Basically, that's what they do with churches or charities. They give them funding. And so if there's this Australian Royal Commission or ICSA in England or Britain or wherever it was, ICSA, they're doing an inquiry and they're supposed to answer to the government because the government funds them and they have to live up to certain standards. So this has just been quite fascinating for me to learn about over the last few years. And I remember watching a video of Norway, somebody in authority, I believe she may be in a presidential role of some sort, talking about how they had heard from ex-Jehovah's Witnesses. They had heard the atrocities. They had heard the stories from them. And that there was also a new rule that passed, a new law that passed, which was basically telling them, they couldn't do certain behaviors, which I guess when they appealed, they didn't say they were not going to do those behaviors anymore. So that's their point in the organization saying, well, we've gotten these funds for like 29 years or whatever. Well, yes, they have. But since there was this new rule that got added, they become disqualified. So it's very fascinating to keep up with all of this stuff. And I usually go onto Twitter. Let's see here. And when I get some good information, that's usually where I go. I get good information from Twitter. I don't have the thing for it right now, but later on I'll pick it up. So there's a few people I'll go in there and who just know their stuff and bring all the information. And so they show the documents, they show the court cases. And these are things I really like to look into. And today in my life, I actually have time to. Whereas before, I just couldn't. I just didn't have the time for it. I was trying to function. I was trying to do a home with like a 5-member home, you know, raising kids and stuff like this. But today I have the time to do the reading. So, you know, if you do find yourself with the time, I just want to encourage you to go down to the bare bones of it, as far as what happens in the court cases, and check out and see how the lawyers for the Jehovah's Witnesses present things. If you have any knowledge of how procedure goes within the organization, and then you hear the lawyers talk about it in a totally different manner, this is very disappointing. It's very disappointing. This last weekday meeting, so I haven't even stated what today's date was. So this is today's date is, I believe it's October 15th, so 2022. So the midweek meeting for this week was talking about how children should look at their school as like their territory. And, you know, if the teacher is teaching about evolution and stuff like this, like you should make a stand for your faith and all this stuff. And all I kept thinking was, you mean like Jeffrey Jackson did when he was at the Australian Royal Commission, and he was asked by Angus Stewart, who asked Jeffrey Jackson, the governing body member, if they considered themselves God's representatives. He goes, well, that would be, what was the words he used? That would be, I forget the words, but presumptuous of us. And it's so amazing. He ends up like doing this around thing, and then he ends up comparing it to like somebody else in a congregation could also be a representative of Jehovah, which is true. We were raised being told we were representatives of Jehovah. So he didn't quite say no. He was like putting himself shoulder to shoulder with us. And we were rank and file, okay? So it was very, I call it slippery, like snake slippery. He didn't quite fully lie, but at the same time, he knew exactly what Angus meant. Angus already talked to him about how the governing body is set up. And that's another thing. We got to find out that they are voted in. Governing body members are voted in by other governing body members. So this whole thing that we were taught as children or adults, our time in the organization about how Holy Spirit is what has directed the organization to choose their governing body. That's not necessarily the case now, is it? You know? And here we have, this is the beginning of October, and we were talking about in the show just before mine started, after the storm with Gail, who was hosting it, and she got all these people, people were wanting to come and talk with her, which I thought was super awesome. You know, they were putting their thoughts together, and they were talking about the board meeting that happens once a year. You would think a board meeting is for board members, right? Evidently, when Jehovah's Witnesses are invited to a board meeting, it's not because they're showing up to vote. Not the rank and file, no. So they go to an event. It has really good messages to give, and you know the ones that are really faithful Jehovah's Witnesses get special invitations to go there in person in New York, where they have this quote unquote board meeting. I know that my sister, who's devout, along with her elder husband, a few years back, they were going to someplace here in Southern California to watch it from Southern California. I guess maybe one of their like smaller assembly halls or something. I don't know, but you know, so even though they've got people there, and yes, they've limited the amount that can show up, it sounded like, from what I heard from the last show, was like as if Jehovah's Witnesses are actually entitled to be there to the actual board meeting. And it was also interesting to me I would say about 3 weeks ago, a midweek meeting, just before the meeting ended, the members, so I watch it through Zoom. If I had to walk into his Kingdom Hall, I would be so triggered I couldn't even hang, okay? There's just no way. I'm not going to walk into no Kingdom Hall. So yeah, I'm watching it through Zoom. So they said at the end of the meeting to, once the prayer is over, to please sit down because there's going to be a question regarding like the board, some kind of like board meeting question. So they were all asked something and actually voted on it. Okay. It makes me, I feel that that the Jehovah's Witnesses are being led to believe that their leadership is on the up and up, and they're just not. And I hate it. I hate that. I hate that I have family that are manipulated and believe that the governing body and the legal department would lead people in the best way for them to behave. Whereas it's not. It's not the best way. What it is the best way for the organization. And in my opinion, the organization, you've probably heard it talked about earlier that there's this thought that the organization is worth maybe 29 billion, and I don't know. I have not seen that confirmed, but it's kind of a common thing being talked about. So if that be the case, they've got they're probably doing some really good business over time to get that kind of money. And my thing is if they were upfront with the members and said that that's what they were about, I just wouldn't have a problem with it. But I see the organization almost as a front to what this group is really about, and that the organization, the members, don't have a clue what it's about, which really saddens me. So each time I start my show, I tell y'all, I'm Apostababe Linda James. I'm your favorite apostate. And I jokingly tell you that this is like an attempt to brainwash you, right? The fact is with consistency and with saying something over and over and over again, people begin to believe it. And people will begin to say it as though it is true. So, sometimes I'll see somebody in a comment under a YouTube video and they'll call me their favorite apostate. And I'm like, oh, and then I remembered, oh, that's right. I told them that I am their favorite apostate. So it's working, right? It's this constant thing. And I'm doing it very tongue-in-cheek. I'm doing it ethically. I'm telling you that's what I'm doing. And to remember that when you have to hear something over and over and over again, it might be, not necessarily on the level. But then again, when you want to memorize something for a class or whatever, saying it over and over and over again is a good thing for you to remember it. So the show earlier, I believe it was Rick's show. Actually, I lost my thought. I was talking about how I don't care for the deception that is being used on the members and the brainwashing. Brainwashing is basically a term that is not considered a real legitimate term, but rather considered kind of old school and inappropriate. But when you I believe it was from, I don't remember which nationality it was from, so it got interpreted into English, and what it said was brainwashing. So it's to be pictured as though there's a chalkboard full of all this information, and that's what's in our brain, right? And it gets wiped clean. and then more information gets put on top of it. And that once this other information gets wiped away, they're adding the information that they want you to have in there. Or if you think about wiping something clean in the computer, you get rid of certain information, and then the information that the person that wants you to have now becomes part of what you think. So it can be done in ways of training, but it's not done in a manipulative, unethical way. So when you're going to go be trained on something and you need to learn a trade or whatever, sure, you're learning things, but you've voluntarily you're learning a skill or a trade, and you know what you've signed up for. The way the organization does things is they convince you that you will receive accurate knowledge, and that it is by way of this organization that will give you the proper truth. Anything otherwise is of the devil. Anything otherwise is, there's us and them, and us, we're in the realm of, meaning the members are in the realm of being the chosen ones, right? And then them, which I now live in the part of them. So I'm considered under the influence of the devil. So they have to tell their members things such as that to keep them from leaving, And so it's this, what Rick was talking about earlier is a constant expectation, and I've talked about it like being on tactical alert, just all the time on tactical alert, with this expectation of Armageddon's going to hit any day now, yet we're looking forward to the new system when Jehovah makes everything right. That's a very good recruiting method, and who wouldn't want that, right? Who wouldn't want that? Because it's associated with getting to see your loved ones again. Everybody has had someone that they've lost through death. Wouldn't we want to see our loved ones again? But we're told as though we're going to be there, but then we find out things later, like I think it was a couple of summers ago, the convention was talking about the Book of Life, and that the members' names are in there in pencil. Do you remember that? The members' names were in this Book of Life in pencil, so it could be erased, right? So the thing about a Jehovah's Witness and this form of the gospel is, hurry up, make sure you're doing everything right so that you can be acceptable in God's eyes, right? Otherwise, you're not going to receive what has been promised to you. When in actuality, the gospel of mainstream Christianity is more about the sacrifice that was made through the blood of Jesus that has wiped our sins away. And that because of this, we've become heirs, actually, like adopted children, okay? Which, by the way, there's stories that we'll talk about, back in times of Bible days and stuff, that when somebody was chosen as adopted, they were sometimes considered more valued than their own flesh and blood children. So it goes to show just how valued a person is that would be considered a Christian. So they are considered children of God, and if you're a child of God, you're going to receive an inheritance of this, whatever it is your belief system would be after the coming of whatever. Who knows how it's going to go down, or if anything is going to go down, right? Who knows what's going to happen after death? We just don't know till we get there. I know I do have a friend who's had a near-death experience, and she's kind of talked about what it was like, and none of it was scary. But in her mind, the soul does live on. So does it live on? I don't know. It sounds like it from this friend of mine who had a near-death experience. The organization teaches this doctrine called soul sleeping. So once you die, you're conscious of nothing at all, and your soul dies as well. Matter of fact, this the teaching about blood transfusions kind of goes along with that as well. Like, the soul is in the blood, so we shouldn't receive the blood of someone else. Like, that's kind of their reasoning. It's just too sacred or something to this effect. When in actuality, they used to relate taking an organ transplant from someone as a form of cannibalism. So over the years, they've came up with terminology that pretty much equals, you wouldn't want to do that now, would you? And then when you think of it that way, you're like, oh no, definitely not cannibalism. So it seems as though you're making your own choices, but in actuality, you're making choices with a form of coercion. And that's not necessarily always your true view of things. As a matter of fact, this organization talks about people that are within this organization has the same mindset. So they call it this being in harmony, when in actuality it's groupthink. And groupthink takes away your individuality. I don't think like every friend of mine. I don't think like family members of mine. I do have different thoughts. Even from people that do different shows here on the Six Screens platform. I don't always agree with them. And they don't always agree with me either. And that's part of the liberty. That's part of the freedom of not being within this organization anymore. But there has been some good things that we've learned and that we can take advantage of as we go on into our life without the organization. But let me get back to, it is my belief that this organization is a front to the multi-billionaire real estate empire or whatever else it could be. And I don't think all the things that they have going on is on the up and up. I do believe some of it is very, very dark. I think that the manner that child molesters will be protected, that elders get in trouble when letting the secular authorities know about them. There's something very wrong with this. Whether you're in a position to be a mandated reporter or not, I would think it would come natural that if you knew of someone who is being a predator on children, you would want this to stop. Wouldn't you? Want it to stop? Wouldn't it come natural to let the secular authorities know about it? But for some reason, which they call like, it's so fascinating. They call it like it's a form of gossip where we can't talk about them. Which, of course, if anybody gets disfellowshipped, there's a smear campaign happening there, isn't there? So we can't talk, we can't do slander. That's what it is. The terminology they use is slander. So they use this whole, we can't slander the alleged perpetrator. We can't even decide that the alleged perpetrator is even guilty unless there's two witnesses. Two witnesses. Two witnesses. This is the most improbable thing to ever happen when it comes to this kind of child molestation. Now, there's been incest, and whether that has anything to do with the organization or not, what does happen is the child gets sent back home with the abuser. Wives will show up and talk to the elders and explain how much they've been beat, how much their children are being, abused. But these wives are instructed to go home and be a better wife. There's something very dark in all of this. It's very, very dark. So it's hard for me to sit back and go, oh yeah, that's surely how God would want things to go. I just can't picture that, right? I just cannot. This organization is also very known as a place where someone who's involved in criminal activity could join and be a part of, and basically kind of just remain under the radar, off the, just kind of hang out with the Jehovah's Witnesses for a while, not do any more criminal activities. And it's almost like this safe shielding place, right? Because, well, we're not supposed to take members of this organization to court now, are we? Right? So once the elders find out about, even if even if they admit to doing it or they confess to doing it, I just don't hear about being accountable as far as turning people into the secular authorities. But there is this whole paperwork thing that they fill out and send it to headquarters, and that gets put in their database, now doesn't it? So the database has all this information, and over the years, the secular courts have attempted to get this database of all this information, right? It's been pretty much impossible, because the organization being fined doesn't even faze them. Okay, so fine us, whatever. When it comes down to coming up with the total of the fine, $2 million later, they're cool with that. They'd rather pay the fine than hand that database over to the secular courts. And so there's this darkness involved in this organization. What was good and is good even today, I believe, is the people that get recruited are good people. For the most part, I believe they're good people. They're sincere people and truly want to serve Jehovah. They're being led by spiritual authorities that are telling them how and why they should do it this way. So they do it that way because that's how they're being instructed by someone who's in leadership that has been placed there by Jehovah's Holy Spirit. That's a real motivator. Let's see. Should I go by what I think, or should I take the advice of what God suggests I do through the channel that he's using today? That's a no-brainer. I would do what the organization suggests because, hell, my heart is treacherous, right? I'm imperfect, I could be easily astray, be led astray. And within the organization, women are considered even more vulnerable to become deceived because of the story about Eve in the Garden of the Eden, how she was deceived by the snake. So we're considered this weaker vessel. We're considered easily deceived. But on top of all that, we also need to carry the responsibility too that if someone finds themselves attracted to us and makes a move on us, and we don't scream bloody murder, and it becomes sex, we are a willing participant if we don't scream bloody murder. Okay? A willing participant, yes. And then when we're questioned, or a woman is questioned within the organization, They're questioned as though they caused it, as though they had done something to cause it. What were you wearing? Why were you at that location at that time? What did you do to entice them? You know, things like that. They're spoken to as though they were the cause of it. Okay? And it's just a real injustice when these judicial committees meetings happen. Earlier today, Auntie Fran and Uncle Joe was talking about how they had a lawyer write a letter. So what the case is with them is they've been witnesses years upon years, and over the last few years have realized that this organization is not what they've presented themselves to be, and wanted to leave it. But the consequences here is you get the smear campaign, and you're basically thought of as when you went and joined the devil, right? And you lose family members because they are forbidden to speak to you, because you end up being just disfellowshipped. Being disfellowshipped or getting kicked out of a group, that happens, okay? But what happens with their disfellowshipping when someone is kicked out of a group is the shunning. And the shunning is absolutely cruel. Matter of fact, I was reading somewhere today that October is National Anti-Bullying Month. And here we are in October. Shunning is in fact a form of bullying. Okay? It's very, very effective when somebody is around you and you literally ignore them. Purposely ignore them, and will look right through them as though they do not exist. Now, when you do that, and the person has been indoctrinated to believe that when they're in a state of being disfellowshipped, that they would not make it through Armageddon, you know, it's not just being ignored, it's also being known that you're spiritually dead. You do not exist. And over the past, I would say 2 years, I've heard 3 occasions where someone will show up that is no longer a witness, will show up at a funeral of a loved one of theirs. That, matter of fact, they're family members, a parent or an aunt or something. And as the funeral is happening in a Kingdom Hall, of course, and the speaker will speak about the family members that are there, that have been left behind, that disfellowship person does not even get mentioned. Their name is not mentioned, even though they're sitting right there, or even though they're on the Zoom meeting. This is cruel. This is absolutely cruel. I think I'm going to open up YouTube and see what you all might be saying, if you have made any comments. I need to turn the sound all the way down. Oh, I see myself. There I am. Okay. Okay. So we've got 11 watching. It started 33 minutes ago, and we have 5 thumbs up. So keep up the thumbs up, you guys. This is awesome. And I'm going to push for the live chat. Yeah, there's been good conversation going on here. Right on. Miss Gail was one of the first ones there. Okay. I see somebody in the chat saying that Gigi. Oh, that's what she goes by, Gigi. Okay. I thought she was going on to say Gigi is amazing. I think she did. And we all know Gigi is amazing. Now, speaking of Gigi for GB, this is October. The beginning of November is time to vote. So please, and no matter who you want to vote for, please take the time to make sure your vote happens, okay? I just want to encourage you to do that if that's okay with your conscience. It is okay with my conscience to vote today. And let me just add here that when you're not a registered voter, you are what is called disenfranchised. Disenfranchised equals doesn't have a voice. You don't have a voice worth the government listening to. And my hope for you is that you do have a voice. So if you get to a place where it's okay with your conscience to be a registered voter, I just want to encourage you to do that. You know, look up whatever you need to look up and decide for yourself. Okay. Do we really have a dating site in here? We sure do. That's so bad. GG for cheap governing bodies. Like, hey, Watchtower, bots are in the chat. Yep, they sure are. They sure are. So I'm going to report them. Yes. Hi.
Hey, Linda, this is Gilbert. I just wanted to say that in the beginning of your show, you talked about how the governing body is like a front. And
yes, I see them as puppets.
We don't hold any grudge with the Jehovah's Witnesses. If you're listening, we don't hold a grudge with any Jehovah's Witness because we know.
I agree.
We were in your shoes. But when we were Jehovah's Witnesses, they always told us not to live a double life. Remember that?
Yes.
Remember they said don't live a double life. And so the governing body of Jehovah's Witnesses have a special day in whatever the judgment day is, whatever happens after we die, I don't know, but they're not going to be in a good place because they are living a double life. They know so much more than we know, and they know that they have to put on a show while they're reading the script on jw.org. And
yes,
and one of the beautiful things about leaving Watchtower is that you really do hate living a double life. You want to just lay the cards on the table and just say, hey, this is it. This is, I don't want to lie no more. And I never felt that way when I was a Jehovah's Witness, but I remember a lot of teenagers would say, I can't be a Jehovah's Witness because I don't want to be a hypocrite.
Isn't that amazing?
I never looked down on those, but I was always kind of confused, but I never viewed those people as bad. But now it makes all the sense in the world that, like what you talked about with governing bodies up front, how could you go on camera and say the things that you say as a governing body member or any man that shows his face in jw.org, knowing what they know and then reading from the script? I mean, it's like my brother Jesse. He tells me, he goes, Gilbert, they're like the Judas Iscariot. You know how they're always saying,
yes.
Well, we're like in the Bible times. Yeah, you're like Judas Iscariot. You're worse than Judas Iscariot, because at least Judas Iscariot killed himself, and because he felt dishonored. He knew what he had done. These people,
he couldn't live with himself after he did what he did. Yeah. AKA, meaning betraying Jesus. Wow. I mean, I'm not promoting suicide, and don't mistake me.
No.
But when you're that guilt stricken and you can't even live with yourself, that says a lot as far as Judas is concerned, right?
And soldiers did that, in like the Harry Careys of Japan and other military stories that we hear where they had so much dishonor that they killed themselves. And you're right. We're not encouraging suicide, but these people have no honor. It is. I
agree. I agree. So that's why I see the religion as the front.
Correct. They know, but the average Jehovah's Witness doesn't, and that's why we don't harbor any ill will towards them. We love our Jehovah's Witness brothers. We know they're in a trance, but we love them.
Yes.
You know,
I agree.
they slap us. They call you and me Satan's spawn, and we turn the other cheek and we continue because we love them. But we say, hey, no, we're doing what Jesus Christ did. We're calling out the religious leaders because they know, and they are the ones living a double life. They're the ones doing. They're the ones doing everything that they accuse us of doing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, they say that. Yeah.
Blame shifting.
Yeah.
It's horrible.
Yes, I just wanted to throw that out to you because, you know, what you were saying in the beginning is so true. But I just remember how they would always attack the young kids and say, you don't want to live a double life. And boy, how the tables have turned.
Yes. Yes. And I know that when you do get voted in to be a governing body member, I do believe that when you show up, you will sit at the table and set a few things straight. And I'm looking forward to that day, sir. I really am.
And I mentioned that in the last show with Gail because
might I suggest you throw a Rutherford? Just fire them all and start over.
Rutherford was in charge. So Rutherford was in charge. Here you have all of these people who are in charge of the corporate side of Watchtower and on the religious side of Watchtower, but nothing gets done. And so and I
agree.
The guy Zach that he was in Bethel. He goes, well, I think it has to do with the doctrine. No, it has nothing to do with the doctrine. The doctrine is like a ball sitting on the floor, and nobody's allowed to pick it up. I don't think that Jehovah's Witnesses' problem is the doctrine, so as much as it is that they are like the communist country of Russia that died under its own bureaucratic mess that they created. That's just my opinion.
I agree with you. I agree. It's it's called a theocracy.
Yeah.
So when I hear when I hear like in the secular world that we want to go back to our forefathers' day, I'm like, do you not remember that we women were property? Or go back to the days of Christ? I mean, it's very hard for me to be like, yeah, sign me up for that. It's just very hard. Yes, it might sound all wholesome, everything, but we were property. That's why we took on the man's last name. We were property, we as women. So going back to a time of a theocracy is terrifying to me. I did a theocracy. It wasn't a good time. Yeah. Okay, it just was not. And it just concerns me, and I'm not trying to push any side or anything, but that's something I feel. This is something I experienced, and I'm like, holy crap, I've seen this happen. I've seen what happens, and you don't want to, okay, like it's scary to me, scary.
No. This is the thing about theocracy, and let me just throw this at you. I'm okay with a theocracy if some guy gets his wooden staff and he parts the ocean in half, or the Red Sea, and then I would be like, okay, I'll
You're all glad to be hanging with Moses.
Yeah, I'm gonna like, okay, Moses is my friend, okay, I'll give him a shot, I'll give him a chance. I'll be down with it. But this is the point what you're saying about theocracy. These people are talking theocracy, but their wooden shaft or their wooden staff does not bear fruit. Their wooden staff does not part seas. So here they are talking about theocracy, but they perform no miracles showing that they are given the authority to be a theocracy.
I mean, I hear the smile and the big, huge smile on your face. Like, isn't that the funniest thing you ever heard? Yes, I agree with you. It's just hilarious. It's hilarious. But that's a really good point that you're stating, that they're saying it's this way, but they are not even equipped to have any actions as the Bible's character, or if Moses did. Moses showed up with things confirming that he was backed up by God. What we what we hear is, so they open the scriptures, they check them out, and then they come up with doctrines that they believe is what the angels and stuff give them. And then later on, they'll say something to the effect of, with further research, we have a clarification, right? And we're not supposed to blame them because they're just imperfect humans that, of course, Jesus has chosen. But Gilbert, would this work if I went into a judicial committee and told the three elders, look, I'm just an imperfect human. You got to understand. Is this going to fly? I mean, really, it's like lame. Absolutely lame.
No, it wouldn't work.
Mm-mm.
No, you already judged before you even walked into that door.
Yeah. And someday when you're comfortable, I would really like to hear your story. I like the things you bring up, and but if you ever do want to share your story, I would like the honor of being able to interview you.
Sounds good. But yeah, I just wanted to bring up that point, that you said about the.
Thank you.
Let's not live a double life. Yeah, let's not do that.
It's hard for the psyche too, to keep things clear. Like, okay, when I'm here, I get to be like this, but when I'm over here, I have to be like this. And you don't get to be your authentic self really in neither places. You don't.
Correct.
Hello? Hi, Jay. Hi, who's there?
This is Christopher. How you doing, my lady?
Doing pretty good. How are you, love? Good to hear your voice.
Doing great. Long day at work.
Yeah?
I like to make a comment. Can you hear me?
Sure. Yes, I can.
Okay. I like to make a comment, and I'm gonna try to piggyback off what the other guy was saying. I call this my 2+2 control system, and you'll see what I mean when I say 2+2 control system. We know the governing body isn't chosen by God. They're not anointed with Holy Spirit, but they tell the rank and file JWs we are. So it's accepted as fact. Now, here's the thing. Now, once a person accepts interpretation, like you were saying, my lady, and they accept the doctrine or the new light revealed as interpretation, as truth, there is no false. So when they accept the interpretation as truth, there is no false. So when all the governing body says 2+2 is 5, then it's 5 no matter what anyone says, because what the governing body does is bend your reality mentally. Because once you control what I read, see, and say, you control my truth.
Yes. Yes, and we were taught to self-isolate, right? Self-isolate. That's impressive, actually. It's just, not that it was a good thing, but the way we were taught to think was, well, we can't associate with this person. We can't go have, a burger after work with this person or meet somebody at happy hour. If they're not a Jehovah's Witness, we have no business associating with them unless we're trying to recruit them. Why? Because they live under Satan's system of things. It's just that black and white. And in reality, there's many shades of gray in between a black and white thinking. And what Christopher has just mentioned, 2+2 = 5. This is from the book 1984, and it's worth reading. I think the further someone is out of the organization, the more it will make sense. There's also another book called, oh gosh, The Farm or something like that. If one of you guys remembers it, let me know. Are you still there, Christopher? Okay.
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay. Thank you for bringing this up, because
Animal Farm.
Animal Farm, thank you. Who was that? Thank you. Animal Farm. Thank you, Chad. Now, I remember reading Animal Farm and kind of getting it. I've read 1984 twice, maybe 3 times, and I'm not relating it. So sometimes I just don't. I have to have so many things already stacked in there for it to be the right time for me to receive that information, for it to click into place, and for me to go, oh, now I get it, you know? So that's what that's about. Bob Roberts, bad association spoils useful habits. That's right. That was a scripture that was inculcated into our brains as we were growing up. And along with this constant and eternal expectation that Rick was talking about, is that the terminology he used? A continuous, something to that effect. A continuous expectation, like waiting for Armageddon to show up. Just a little bit longer, just a little bit. Don't get tired from the race. You know, don't lose heart. And we'll get a few of those pep talks every so often because it's exhausting. It's exhausting. When we put our life on hold, meaning make whatever this organization directs us to do as the top priority over everything else in our lives, we end up neglecting certain responsibilities and certain opportunities. I know for a fact, well, I can't say I know for a fact, but I would imagine an elder getting a chance to be an elder would, you know, end up doing some neglecting of this home in order to be a servant of the organization. So as even though that's considered a position of prominence within the organization, and it is, that means the wife at home has to pick up the slack. Okay? So is that really going to help the family? I kind of think even from there, it's part of ripping the family apart, because too much responsibility gets put on the wife, and not to mention the kind of responsibility these elders are put on. I mean, it's some unfair, really heavy burdens at times, you know, that you really shouldn't have to bear. You really should not have to bear. I'm sure it's a nice thing to have the title, and a nice thing to be in the congregation and to receive respect by having this title. I'm sure that's very enjoyable. But then when you get more into what that involves, bottom line is, and elders, and let me just talk to the elders' wives. Listen, ladies, you need to talk to your husbands that are elders. You need to suggest that they step down or take a very good look at the way the leadership of this organization has set things up at this moment regarding the responsibility of the elders and accountability of the elders will have to take in the future. Because the way they have things set up is your husband will be thrown under the bus in secular courts. And I got to see a little bit of that during the Montana case. The lawyer for this one gal that had been abused, okay? There had been somebody else abused in her family before that, and when that was brought up, nothing was done. So if something could have been done then this other one, I believe Lexi, would not have been molested, okay? There's that. So they're in court, and the lawyer for Lexi is like, listen, they didn't go by the rules of their rule book. The way they're supposed to do things is this, this, and this. But Mr. Taylor, the lawyer for the Jehovah's Witnesses, got up there and said, oh, he could have used his own conscience. You see how that is? This man from headquarters did not confirm that an elder is supposed to go by the book. And he did go by the book. Okay? But instead of this lawyer from headquarters saying, yeah, he went by the book, we wrote the book, that's what happened, he shoved it off and went, that was his conscience. You know, he could have, like, they didn't take any accountability. Okay? Your husbands will be taking responsibility for their behavior, and it will be rightly so. Okay? Yes, I understand this hierarchy, and they follow directions from the higher ups. But let me tell you this, elders' wives. Not too long ago, there were some elderly gentlemen who found themselves in court because of a case that they kept secret. When the secular authorities found out about it, they threw the guy, which was the father, I believe biological, could have been stepfather, but I believe it was the biological father, in jail for a good amount of time. But these elders kept this a secret. Now, recently, within the last year or two, and these people are in their 70s now, right? They were taken to court to be held accountable. I believe this was Illinois, okay? And next thing you know, I'm hearing that, wait, what? You talked to a paralegal? Like, as if he didn't talk to a lawyer, when the rules are, if there's any allegation of child molestation, bam, first thing you do is call headquarters. Okay? Not ever to call the secular authorities, which is what a mandated reporter would do. So one of these older gentlemen was actually a school teacher, and in that position at that time, when he was a school teacher, he knew he was a mandated reporter. But he was so, I'm assuming, he followed the rules of God rather than man. That's what I'm assuming. And then when it came time for what happened recently, within the last, I would say 6 months or so, he got advice from a paralegal. It wasn't even a lawyer. See, another thing I found out was they call in, but they don't even get the names of the person they're talking to. But they turn in their name, they write out their paperwork, it all gets sent to Bethel. They're following directions of what the book says. There's an elder's book that they are supposed to follow the directions. That's what they learn how to do in elder school. And it probably seems like the wise thing to do. But now more than ever, your husbands will be thrown under the bus, and your husbands will be taking responsibility for their actions. Okay? And that responsibility will be contributing to criminal activity, taking part in covering it up. This is not a good thing. This is not a good thing. Okay? I can't even imagine what happens in jail or in prison once the story gets out that they were a protector of pedophiles. I don't know. I just know that ones that are in prison that are pedophiles have no respect. And even amongst thieves, they consider that the lowest of the lowest. Like, they have dignity and pride in other criminal activity. But that, oh hell no. They get beat down for that, okay? They get beat down. People get killed all the time in prison for molesting children, okay? I can't even imagine what will happen to people that took part in covering that up. So elders' wives, please. There's a book called Shepherding the Flock of God. I don't know if you know about it or not, but this is the Elder's Manual, and it comes from headquarters, and it's believed to be the directions of the governing body on how they're supposed to run things, how they're supposed to do things. In actuality, this leadership is having these elders do their dirty work, okay? Because governing bodies know where to be found when it comes time to go to court, okay? They're nowhere to be found. Matter of fact, they send paperwork in saying, as far as Loesch did when in a case in San Diego that Zelkin was taking care of, and he says, "I'm not a follower of the Watchtower. I don't answer to the Watchtower." I mean, this document says everything, but I never heard of the Watchtower. Okay, it's all like totally distancing himself from the Watchtower. So the reason that was turned in was because he got subpoenaed to show up to go to court. And I don't remember the guy's name. I don't remember his name, the victim. Okay, but it affected him deeply. And eventually there was a settlement in that case, but in the process, if the governing body is told to show up in court, that's highly unlikely that they're going to show up in court. And from what I understand, when the Australian Royal Commission happened in 2015, Jeffrey Jackson was in town, but was pretty much trying to dodge having to show up at the Australian Royal Commission and be questioned. So if you do ever get a chance to watch that, what you're seeing is he got tracked down, okay? And the story was that he was there because his father was ill, so he was there visiting his father, and that very much could have been true. And good for you, Jeffrey. But what you see is him being questioned in a room. That's at a police station. He's not there where everybody else gets questioned on location at the Australian Royal Commission place. He's in a police station, and they're being talked to remotely, like I'm here, okay? Like most of the children did school over the last year or so, remotely. So they found him. He got tracked down. Even the people that gave reasons for him not to be able to show up, we even questioned later, like, weren't you trying to lie to me when you said that? it was very obvious that Jeffrey Jackson did not want to be there to show up. But when he did show up, he was acting like, oh, that's why I'm here, to answer your questions, you know, just very silly. I think I'm going to look at the chat here for a minute. Yeah, you guys are having good conversation. This is cool. This is very cool. And we went from 11 people watching to 17, so I'm really glad all of you guys are here. I ran into this one guy who was part of a group that kind of a splinter group from Catholicism, and someone approached him when he was 17 and said, yeah, you're going to be a priest. And he's like, I am? Okay. So this guy basically recruited him into a group where he thought he was being trained to be a priest. Well, it turned out to be a very authoritative group, and he was in it for 11 years. In a few weeks, I'm going to probably give you his information for his channel, but he's just starting off doing interviews, and I'm actually, I don't know, I dig this guy because I see some of the I can see he has spent time in a cult, and that's what he's realizing. He came from a cult. Let me just share a few things. There was sleep deprivation within this group, like 3 hours sleep at night. Okay, they kept them busy all the time. And I don't know what they fed them, but usually a cult group, if it's kind of like where they're doing communal living, where they all live together, if they give them high starch foods and less proteins, their brains are foggy, So there's a bunch of different things that can be combined to make someone not think very clearly. Another thing you mentioned was like he would be put in isolation. I don't know how the isolation, like what kind of room it was like, but for like a month. Okay, isolation for a month. I don't picture it being like quote unquote in the hole, like I've heard when people are in prison or whatever. But this was a punishment that was used under the guise of being disciplined. Does that sound familiar? Because, shunning is Jehovah's loving provision, and it's been presented to us as discipline that, of course, nobody likes when it happens, right? The fact is, shunning is punishment. Isolating someone else from everybody else is punishment. Or it's done for the purpose of, like when Christopher just showed up a few minutes ago, it keeps you away from information. And if you do receive information, it's filtered through the leadership or whoever is in the position of leading that group. But it's oh my gosh, it's very fascinating because he's starting to do interviews. So yeah, I'm so sorry I don't remember his name, but I'm going to probably give you his channel. So it's really neat when you see someone else that can confirm some of the things you've gone through and see how they're handling it. Hi, is somebody there? I thought I heard a beep beep.
Hello. It's me again, my lady. It's Christopher.
Welcome. Hi, Christopher.
Okay. All right. I want to make another comment. I'm gonna try to piggyback off of what you said. It's all about that authority and that power. And I mean, I was in the organization for a while, but now I think differently, and I try to help the people that are listening to combat or refute. It's almost just like the reasoning from the scriptures book, and this is where I come up with some of these things. Their authority and power lies in that Matthew 24 chapter where they call themselves the faithful slave. Here's the way you can knock down that authoritative power. If you go to Matthew 24, and I'm going to show you how most of us have missed it, even though they play a shell game with it and you don't realize it. If you go to Matthew 24 in the New World Translation, and I always like to start out with verse 44. It says, no one knows when the Son of Man or the hour that he's coming. Then it jumps into who really is the faithful slave, whom his master has approved. So I get technical with the JW person, rank and file or elder. I said, it says appointed, who the faithful slave has appointed. So that's a past tense verb. It's not a present.
Yes.
It's not appointing, like a future appointment. It's not saying will appoint. So here's the thing. I'm going to show you how the JW play a shell game with you. It says when the master leaves, he will have appointed that faithful slave so that the slaves are in good care. They're taken care of. So he's not leaving the service unattended. All their needs are taken care of. But the JW theology reverses that. They say when the master returns, he will appoint. And I asked them, show me in the scripture where it says that. According to their doctrine, when he returns, he's going to appoint. So basically, like I said at first, he left the slaves unattended. But according to Matthew 24, the slaves were attended when he left because he appointed a faithful and wise servant. But you're not that servant until the master returns and inspects. to make sure you've done a good job. Once he inspects, he says, okay, good servant, I'm going to put you in charge of all my belongings. But according to the JW theology, they reverse it. They say when he comes, he appointed us over all his earthly possessions. Nowhere in that verse does it say that. So you have to go face to face and verse for verse with them when they use this scripture as a talking point for their appointment of the faithful slave. And really, it has no credibility when you break it down like that. Now, even if you go all the way down to the end, and it says, it always has a contrast in parables. There's the evil slave. If you look at the JW literature, they try to equate the evil slave with the apostates, the ones that are talking against their brothers, anyone that's against the organization. But I tell them, it doesn't say that. The evil slave is contrast for what the good slave didn't do. You're only evil if you didn't attend to his servants. And he has a position for that. He says at the end, he said, if you didn't do it, he said there would be a place of weeping and gnashing of teeth. Now, I show most JWs, I say, even if you go to chapter 25, it speaks about the talents. Now, the people that didn't do the proper thing with their talents, he said, I'll put them in a place where the weeping and gnashing of teeth. Now, if the slave was to be good and didn't need any testing, or the master didn't have to return to check on him, there would be no need for Jesus to even put that part in the parable. That slave is going to be evil. Maybe not all of them, but some of them are going to be evil. And that is the judgment for them. Now, if God didn't see fit for the writer to put the holy words in there, they wouldn't be considered holy words. They would just be regular man-made words, but he put it in there for a reason. So you have to confront them. Even if you use just Matthew 24, you show them, show me where the appointment was after. Show me, like I said earlier, show me where you're placed over a partial amount of God's belongings. It doesn't say that. But most JW and most elders spew that rhetoric, and we're just like, oh yeah, that's what it says. That's what it says. No, you aren't even fact checking it. You know, even though it says, according to their thing, we know Jesus ascended into heaven. His disciples were watching. The master left. So if the master left, according to Matthew 24, he appointed. But anyone,
let me just add this in. Let me add this in, Christopher. I never stop you, because when you're flowing, you're flowing. But if the JWs believe that Jesus returned in 1914 invisibly, doesn't that work?
Well, see, the only thing about that invisible thing, you have to fact check them on that too. Brother Russell,
I agree.
Used the term parousia, which is the invisible return. William Miller used that even before. So that was like his backstop. So that was already in place, but it wasn't presented to the masses. So if I say, you know what, Miss Linda, I came to your state yesterday. You said, well, Christopher, I didn't see you. There's no way you could have saw me. I came invisibly. There's no way to fact check that. Not at all. Okay. Now here's the other thing you have to present to them. Now, according to their literature and doctrine, you tell me if you've heard this before. I'm quite sure you have. They say in 1914, when he did return invisibly, he inspected, listen to my wording, all of the world churches, and he found that they were the only ones providing the spiritual food. Is that the way that you were told it?
Right, like they were the only one worthy of representing Jehovah God, or being a representative of Jehovah God.
Okay, so let me ask you a question, Ms. Linda, the same way I asked them. I'll say, so let me get this right. All the world churches were inspected, and you guys were chosen. Oh, yes. Without a doubt, we provide the spiritual food. Let me ask you a question. Why would Babylon the Great, a false religion, be in any competition as the proper feeding of his servants while he was gone? Why? You see what I'm saying? So you're telling me they had a chance just like you had a chance? You see what I'm saying? You have to use their wording, rhetoric, and literature and weigh it up. So let me ask you a question, I tell you. suppose the Catholic Church comes up and says, you know what? We have new life. We are the faithful slave according to that. How can you fact check that, JW? There's no way. The same way the secular Christians now can't fact check you.
Mm-hmm.
You saying that they can't have new life and fill that position. Now, the Catholic Church, everybody knows, is one of the strongest religious sets out there. Don't you think
Yes.
if they knew, or they could use that parable to say, we are God's chosen people and his organization on earth, they will fulfill that, even though they do succession from the disciples to Peter. It's the same way that JW is trying to say our succession is the faithful slave.
Yes. Yes. And definition of an antichrist is someone or something that takes the place of Christ. Think about that.
Good.
I see very many correlations between Catholics and Jehovah's Witnesses, meaning through the hierarchy.
I'm going to say this last thing. If you go to Matthew 24 and it says, if the servant says, my master is delaying, and starts to beat the slave and drink with the drunkards, then I'm going to go back to that one sentence. If he says the master is delaying, watch this. 1975, 1925, 1874, 1914.
Yes.
Oh, you see what I'm saying? That's delaying.
Yes.
That's
Definitely.
delaying. So you have to use things like that and say, hey, have you guys delayed? No. What about this? What about this? What about this? So if you fit that verse so well, then you have to fit the contrast of the slave. You have to fit the contrast of the servant saying, my master is delaying. And again, I say, if it's not credible to the scripture, why is it put there?
I agree.
That's why I start out with 44. Then I go back to 44. It says, the Son of Man is coming in an hour no one knows. And that's what he said before he asked, who is the faithful slave?
Yeah.
Hey, Christopher.
Yes.
Christopher.
Yes.
Now, let me add to this. And Apostababe, you know, when I talk to people, I'm glad he said it because there's so many different angles. I mean, the Jehovah's Witnesses are going to get beat up on this, but there's these two words in American history, and it's called Emancipation Proclamation, where we freed the slaves. Now, Jesus says, if you shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. So if we're free, then why are we calling people slaves? That's one. So if I'm just going to say this, if you're a black Jehovah's Witness in the United States of America, you should take offense to be called the slave.
Big time.
I'm so serious.
Okay.
But I'm just going to finish with this. In Matthew 24 and Luke 12, they're both the same story. If you go to Bible Gateway and you just type in those texts and you compare it with all of the other translations, a couple will say slave, but they all say steward and servant. And in both of those Bible texts, which are the same, it's just one is from Luke and one is from Matthew, they always refer to the wise and faithful servant or steward. And what do you think makes more sense, a slave or a steward? See, so it changes. Watchtower changed the word. So the reason Watchtower put the word slave is because they always want you to think that you're a slave. They're playing. That's why they changed the words in the New World Translation to slave. And Jehovah's Witnesses think that they're slaves. Jehovah's slaves. I'm Jehovah's slave. No, we're stewards of what God gave us. Our Father gave us. We're His children. We're stewards of the land. We're stewards of the earth.
Yeah. I agree with you with that part of the story. But even though with the term slave, I mean, nobody, okay, I'm trying not to give my opinion. I try to stay neutral. But if it's coming from Jesus in the parable and he calls you a servant, the steward was in charge of his servants, or you could say his slaves. I mean, whichever terminology you want to use. I try to stay away from JW terminology. But it says in the Bible, it says, are you a child of God? Even though we're adults, we're childlike to him. And Jesus said that a child is the smartest, best thing on this earth because they know not but they do according to their emotions and their imagination. As an adult, we're constrained from what we learn. But slave coming from God himself or Jesus in any verse, to me, it's not a term of full endearment, but it's a term of your position, because there's nothing today that doesn't have a position. Your bed sits in a certain position. You have to drive down the right side of the road. In England is the other side of the road. So everything has a position in which it goes to. If you are a slave, but once you get your reward, you are all equal, then it makes no difference. Like he said, there is no Jew, there is no Greek, there's only circumcision of the heart. So we are all one. So that one shepherd will have one flock, one tribe, even though he came to the Jews first and then the Gentiles. So I mean, it's a wordplay game, and you can use it as a wordplay game. Huh?
But in the world, they use the phrase "once a slave, always a slave," and that's why Watchtower chooses to use that word. They didn't choose to use that word because they found some Greek word and said, "Oh, I think this closely resembles the Greek word." No. Steward and we're stewards of the word of that was given to us. So what I'm saying is that the Jehovah's Witness New World Translation is saying, hey, you're going to be a slave and you're always going to be a slave. And they have all of the Watchtower Jehovah's Witness people thinking like slaves. And it goes totally contrary to the concept of what the scriptures teach. Now I understand what you're saying about the slave, but Watchtower purposely uses that word because they want to always keep you a slave.
Right, and that's true. And just like I don't use the word worldly, I tell JWs, I say everyone is worldly. The world's in the power of Satan. There is no apostate. I tell them, I say 99.9% of JW, especially rank and file, don't know what an apostate is. And if you ask them,
let me just
say, well, it's someone who goes against Jehovah's organization, and they think they have a monopoly on the word. And if I come from a Baptist to a Methodist or Methodist to Islam, I'm an apostate to my former religion or religious or a political party, as Webster says. So you have to get them out of that rhetoric. You have to realize it and be patient with them that they are pre-trained, because the main word they'll use is organization. They'll say, God has always had an organization. No, he's always organized, but he hasn't had an organization.
Let me just add in here that an archaic version of apostate is runaway slave, like escaped. Hello?
What did you say?
I said one of the archaic or older terms for apostate is runaway slave, like a slave that escaped. That's a definition for apostate. And like Gilbert's saying, using the word. Go ahead.
No, I agree with him in the way that they use slave, because they want to be controlled, and like I said, they want to be the master, not the steward. In his terms, they want to be the master, even though it says the master is returning. You know what I'm saying? It's a mental thing. If I tell you, listen, I'm gonna tell you a joke, but it's about a red car. But the first thing, I don't need you to think about a red car. I want you to think about a green car.
Okay.
Think about the red car. You have to think about it. So that's
right.
That thing, like he was saying with the slave. You say it, you change it to steward, you do this, but it's the same thing. You still see the red car.
And they'll use the term undeserved kindness for the word grace, which I think for the same reason that Gilbert just brought up, is they want us to be reminded that we don't deserve this. Undeserved kindness. We don't even deserve that kindness. I'm under the impression that the organization has taught that the faithful and discreet slave, spoken of in Matthew, is in fact them, the governing body, but it used to be all of the anointed. is a past tense, that God assigned past tense, and that they look at it like a prophecy, and that they are the fulfillment of this prophecy. It's you're the one that I always say it's a parable, and then you're the one that always says it's a
prophetic parable.
how do you
Right.
a prophetic parable.
I don't even know where I got that phrase from or coined it. But even if Jesus left on the earth and ascended into heaven way before the JW organization was formed, way before Russell, had this romantic thing, and he saw these people down in a dingy thing and went in there and transformed into the faithful slave of Jehovah at that time, which some said, some didn't. When Jesus left, if he appointed past tense, their organization wasn't even in existence. It would be more credible that it's passed to the 12 disciples. Once the 12 disciples died off, that slave are all of us in the Christian body. We are also the slave, the steward, those sheep. So when you go to another person and you give them the truth, or you give them the gospel of Jesus, which the JWs don't teach, that's what you're supposed to do. And then you're the steward or servant that's leading this person along. So it's a continual, perpetual thing, because if the slave was only appointed one time, what about that gap? God will leave people without anything or anybody. Where's the spiritual food? So
are you talking about the gap between are you talking about that big old span of between when the disciples died off, or or apostles, and then when Joseph Rutherford, when Charles Taze Russell founded the organization? Is that the space you're talking about?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
I can remember being a young kid going, "Mom, so who was Jehovah's organization then? Who was the ones that were?" And she's like, "Oh, there was a great apostasy." I'm like, "Okay, so who was God using during that time?" If God's always had an organization, big deal there was an apostasy. He still should have had an organization. And I remember going, this does not connect. I can remember I was like 12 years old. And I'm like, this does not work with what we're being taught,
Right. And it goes back to, like I said, what I call that 2 + 2 = 5 control system. And no matter what we say, sometimes with some of them, the hardcore ones, it's always going to be 5. Even though you show them the 4, even though you can break it down, they're still going to hold on to it. And the reason that they hold on to it is because they've always been taught what I call that boogeyman syndrome. If I tell you, Miss Linda, if you ever see a van and it's a guy with a hoodie in there, he's driving slow, he's going to kidnap you. I can tell a child or an adult that same scenario. Once they see
yes,
a van
you can.
Anywhere, right. So the same thing with them.
One of my dear friends as a teenager got put in one of the back of those vans and was in fact murdered by William Bonin. Charles Miranda. 1980. It happens. Yeah. Pretty. Hi, JW Suicides. But yes, you're right. You can.
I'll take a different.
Go ahead.
I'll do a different take on that. On the 2 + 2 = 5. It boils down, and I've said this so many times in videos that I've done and some people I talk to. You have to raise up your hand like Alcoholics Anonymous and say, "Hi, my name is Gilbert Gonzalez. I was an idolater and I was a worshiper of men. I was in a Jehovah's Witness cult. I've come clean." So they don't understand that when you believe 2 + 2 = 5, you really are a worshiper of another human being. You're a worshiper of you're like, I wonder who, if they don't have the truth, who has the truth? They're always, as human beings, we're always looking for somebody who has the shiny, like in was it Samuel, right? Like, he can't be king. He's not good looking enough. He can't be king. He's not tall enough. He's not strong enough. you're always looking at the outward appearance, and that's what we are as human beings. We're idolaters, and you have to just raise up your hand and just say, I'm tired of being an idolater. You have to recognize that you are an idolater. And when you do that, 2 + 2 now equals 4, because you're not worshiping things anymore. You can think for yourself. And I don't know if that makes sense to you guys, but that's what helped me out. I just openly confess that I'm tired of worshiping the words of other human beings. And I'll listen to them, but I won't worship them. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, and we get the Jehovah's Witnesses today get complimented on their obedience more than anything, and they stress the obedience today more than anything. I can remember a story that's been well known from years back at Bethel, I think, where someone was said, if the governing body said this Bible is black and I saw that it was green, I would have been mistaken. It's actually black. Like that, like they would correct themselves, even though it's truly the green Bible, right? So that's what you have to do once you're under this authoritative regime. You have to set aside what you know to be reality and try to function in the reality that they are setting up, which in fact is an alternative reality from what reality is. JW Suicides, you said, oh my God. What? Why did you say that, JW Suicides? You have me concerned. Go ahead, Gilbert.
I'll tell you what my brother Jesse says. He says if the governing body goes on a convention and or on the broadcasting, it says, we have a special announcement from the governing body, and they go, yabba dabba do. All of the Jehovah's Witnesses start clapping and applauding. Oh, did you hear that? Did you hear that? Yabba dabba do. That's
like it's the funniest joke ever.
They're a yabba dabba do, and we start clapping. We start applauding.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Oh, I see. JW Suicide was saying, oh my God, about my friend being murdered. Yeah. Oh, thank you, JW Suicides. Yeah, that was a trip. And I didn't get to go inside the church for his funeral, but I did go to his grave site when they buried him. So yeah. It's amazing what has to be done to get someone to get to a point where they have to doubt everything about themselves and put them in a childlike position to rely on the leadership as though they are the parents or they know better than I do. So yes, I think that this would probably be right. Yes, my intuition says this is probably the case, but I'm going to go against all that and follow what has been told to me. After years and years and years of doing that, you become a zombie, okay? Because it takes a lot to deny everything that you are and your body experiences, and you have to function under this, one-size-fits-all new personality that you put on. And it just doesn't fit everybody at all. It doesn't fit everybody. I think there are certain personalities that can function very well within an organization like this. There just is, but I'm too artsy-fartsy and sissy-la-la to do it. I think from the time I was a kid, I was trying to make sense of this, and it was like I grew up under constant tactical alert because Armageddon was going to show up any day, and constant confusion because, wait a minute, if this is this way and that is that way, what do you talk? How does that make sense? I could not make sense of stuff. So I realized later in my own self-studies, well, cognitive dissonance gets done to us on purpose. And why do we have cognitive dissonance? Because we're told one thing that counteracts the other thing. And you're supposed to be confused at that time. It's supposed to make you feel uneasy and confused. Okay? So this was done to us all the time. This was strategic. So I usually don't waste time talking. Well, not that it's a waste of time, because I think some people are very good at it, but I choose to not choose the route of arguing doctrine. If you want to believe Michael the Archangel is Jesus, okay, that falls under freedom of religion. You get to believe what you believe. And as nutty as some of the things are, or as unreasonable as some of the things are that the organization teaches, it does fall under freedom of religion. So I like to talk about the techniques and tactics that gets the members to believe that stuff. Because it's very hard to understand, how did I get from this place to this place? Like being a faithful, obedient follower of this unreasonableness. How did I get to this place where I'm doing things that I thought I would never do? And people see that my character has changed too, my behavior, my character. It's disturbing. Like, how did this happen? And a lot of times it's because of the consequences we get are pretty negative. Okay, if we bring up something, how do I make sense of this? Will be shut down by terminology like, yeah, now you're talking like an apostate. So that falls under, when that's said, it actually falls under the word loaded language. So it's not what the dictionary says it means, an apostate, which is simply someone who has changed their religious or political views. It means, yes, you've changed your religious views, but you left the true God Jehovah and all of his people to go live in the world of where the devil's the ruler of the system of things. So there's all kinds of negative connotations added onto that. How could you leave the truth when you know it was the truth? Who does that, So that's what the Watchtower does with certain words. Did you want to share something?
Correct. And you know what? Yeah, Linda, and you know what, Linda, let me just add to that, because now you understand when you were Jehovah's Witness, you and I, we said, okay, born again only applies to those people, and let's not talk about it no more. We're not going to talk about born again. And so as a Jehovah's Witness, you never talked about born again. Now, just put the religious part aside. In order to be born again, you have to die. So this is why Jehovah's Witnesses can't be born again, because they want to live forever. But an apostate now understands it. He says, oh my God, I have to die, and everything that I knew as a witness, everything I knew, I have to just let it go and be destroyed. Because if I don't let everything go, I can't embrace all this brand new enlightenment that I'm getting outside of the Watchtower. And then there's a word called metanoia, and it's not the religious aspect of being born again. It's the secular. The secular part of being born again would be called metanoia. So say a person who doesn't believe in God or the Bible, he would describe it as metanoia, where you have this cataclysmic event, and you know that everything that you were taught up to that moment in time was a lie and has to be destroyed, and you have to start all over again.
Oh.
And that's why Jehovah's Witnesses never were taught about being born again, because they don't want to die. But an apostate, now, I died. And now you can start to live again.
Yes.
Now do you understand why I'm the most qualified person to be a member of the governing body? I mean,
yes. Thank you for bringing this up, because I love being reminded.
Metanoia, though. Metanoia. Look it up. Metanoia.
Okay.
And it explains the process that we went through on a secular level.
Oh,
but it helps you
interesting. Okay.
understand, it's okay to die. Yeah, it's okay to die. It's better if we die in this earth, prematurely. Let's die now, and let's start living again.
So, are you talking figuratively or metaphorically, or?
Yeah, figuratively. Let's die with Watchtower. Let's die with let all of our fears die. Let everything die, and let's rebuild a life in reality.
And I'm really glad you're bringing this up, because leaving the organization can be experienced as a true death of a certain time in our lives. That was our culture at the time. And it's normal to mourn over leaving the organization. As a matter of fact, the same kind of mourning someone would have when leaving an abusive partner. Yes, it's pretty smart to do it, but you still mourn over the loss. The loss of what it could have been, or what you had hoped it was, and you saw it as, but this was going to happen, and I got told this. Like, yeah, that makes sense. It really does.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and look what happened to Nicodemus. He was talking to Jesus, and Jesus told him about being born again. And then when Jesus finally died, Nicodemus gave up his good-paying job as a priesthood, and he became a window washer because that's all the skills that he had in the real world, And so Nicodemus had that revelation. Yeah, he went from being a high-ranking a priest to just a regular old laborer, because he had to now fend for himself. He was and that's what that's what.
Is it because he became? Is it because he became a follower of Christ? I'm not familiar with this story.
Was the one,
okay.
Yeah, he was the one talking to Jesus in the wee hours of the morning, and then Jesus told him, "You have to be born again," and he's like, "I don't get it." Well,
yeah, it's hard to.
Jesus died, and he became a follower. He lost his job, in the political sphere. It's like he lost his job in Washington, D.C., and now he's going to be a handyman in some small town in Kansas. That's being
okay.
So you died.
Okay, yes.
Died, and he had to rebuild himself as a man.
It is like this.
Witnesses are scared. They're scared to die. Whereas apostates are happy that they died.
And I think it has a lot to do with, because we were never allowed to mature to begin with. The way that we were kept socially isolated, normal maturity would have happened. But because we were kept so socially isolated, we didn't get a chance to mature on the basis of most people. So when we do leave or escape, it's like, oh my God, I get to do this and I get to do that. And we sometimes just go way overboard like an idiot. And that's normal too. It's normal too, Why? Because of lack of experience.
Correct. Correct.
Okay. JW Suicide said abusers have to keep their victims isolated. Correct. And let me just say this right here. Perpetrators want their victims to believe that they, the victims, need the perpetrator much more than, in fact, the perpetrator needs the victim. Now let's put this in the context of the Watchtower. If Jehovah's Witnesses are victims of the perpetrator, the leadership, which I believe is the case, they do a lot of time convincing the members how much they are in need of the perpetrator and would be nothing without that perpetrator, because the perpetrator is nothing without their victims. And that goes back to my thoughts and what I was sharing earlier, that the organization is a front. They need them to be there to cover up the atrocities and the darkness that is happening that, can get pretty dark. It's like silence. Did I like throw everybody off, or can anybody see that relation of what I just brought up?
Yes, I see it.
Okay,
Hello?
good. Yeah.
I see it.
Hi.
Yeah, I see
So,
it. Okay, you can go ahead. Somebody else can go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead. I'm just
Okay.
like doing some work.
Okay, I'll
Yeah.
tell you why I see it. Them as the perpetrator and abusing their position, and that's what most perpetrators do. They abuse their position of power and authority over a person, and so you're coercing the thing. Whether it's sexual or a power trip or doing things that you normally wouldn't do. So they use that position and they perpetrate upon the people. But here's a litmus test. If you took today's governing body and we transferred them to first century during Jesus' time when he was there, and Jesus had just left the earth, and they say, we are the faithful slave, or we are the ones that, succeeds Jesus and the apostles. And they give some prediction or prophecy, and it would be a prophetic prophecy, anything dealing with the scripture, that this is going to happen, whatever the case is.
Scripture, Matthew wasn't written yet, but okay. Go ahead.
Right, of course, yeah. But let's say they make some prophetic justification on some Old Testament or the Old Torah passages, and it didn't come true. Now, do you think that those first century Jews would allow them to stay in power and position? They probably would stone them.
They'd be like, who are these guys?
In God's name, right, perpetrate in God's name against them, perpetrate in God's name and abuse them mentally and spiritually? No, it wouldn't fly. If they predicted back then, whatever the date in first century Christian, at 1200 OCE in December, God is coming back, and it didn't happen, and they do another date, and it didn't happen, they would be considered, like most outside Christians or apostates consider them, as false prophets or false teachers and predictors of the word. So even if you take them and Jesus is there, or you take them and put them in the time of the prophets, let's say Jeremiah, Isaiah, and they say, listen, this is going to happen. It doesn't happen. Jeremiah's prophecy comes true. Isaiah's prophecy comes true. What would they be considered? Again, a false prophet, a false teacher, someone who misinterprets the scriptures. They would not be considered, oh, we're just infallible and, we got a couple of things wrong. But see, back then, they were a little more hardcore. You would be just like an antichrist, something against God, because somebody said something about Moses. I don't know if most people think about this. When Moses went to Pharaoh, he threw down his staff, and his staff turned into a snake. Now, Pharaoh threw down his staff, and it turned into a snake. Who turned Pharaoh's staff into a snake? So there was equal power there. Satan was showing his powership, but of course, Moses' snake ate up the other ones. If you take the JW organization and place them with Jeremiah, Daniel, Ezekiel, any of those guys, they would get eaten just like the Pharaoh snake got eaten, and they would not be deemed true.
Yes, and something just now clicked in my head. You were talking about Moses throwing down his staff. Let me just say this before I forget it. And then the Pharaoh threw down his staff. That was an imitation. That was an imitation.
Right.
That was an imitation of what Moses did. Now, I've always heard, in the organization you hear, imitate Christ, imitate Jehovah. It's the word imitate has always irritated me. Like, it just seems like the wrong place to put it. Yes, it's supposed to be, or supposed to mean Christ-like, but imitate just seems so wrong. So that just clicked for me right there. Like, it's a poor replica, of the authentic. So it seems counterfeit. You see what I'm saying? Okay, thanks for letting me go on that little brainstorm. Go ahead, guys. Were you next, Gilbert?
Just to add what he was saying. To add what he was saying, if the governing body were to go back in the first century, like he said, the Apostle Peter was healing people that were sick. He brought a woman back from the dead. So the governing body would be saying what they're saying today. You know, they would be talking their smack. But then people would say, well, we know God is not with you because you cannot, you only buy whiskey with other people's money. Who's that governing body member that buys whiskey? He buys whiskey with other people's
Morris.
money, but he can't miraculously make wine like Jesus. So the apostles were given powers. You see, whereas they wouldn't have any powers. And the same thing, and we talked about that earlier when I first called you, that the governing body, if they were to have a staff like Moses, they could not part the Red Sea. They would not have flowers like Aaron. So the governing body of today, whether they will go back in time, like the caller just said, Christopher just said, or even today, they produce no fruit. They have no power. It's all show. Whereas the real men of God produced huge amounts of fruit, huge amounts of evidence that they were men of God. It was undeniable. They just had to walk the streets and people would open up the aisles and say, let this man through. Because a man of God just walks like a man of God. These are not men of God.
They're imitations.
Yeah, nobody would know who they are. Nobody would know who they are. But when a man of God walks down the street, when Peter walked down the street, they knew this. Step aside. And same thing with Elijah. Same thing with all the great men in the past. Moses. Nobody got in front of their way because they were men. They were man's man.
Okay.
And that's the whole point. They have no fruit. Show me the fruit of the governing body. They don't have it. Whereas the first century Christians, not only did they have fruit, they had the blessing of God, and God let them have the Holy Spirit to produce miracles on behalf of the people. Whereas they would produce the miracles to enrich themselves. Yeah.
Very good point. I've often heard JW apologists say things from similar to, well, David planned on building the temple and talked to I believe the prophet was Nathan, talked to him about it and said, what do you think? And he was like, oh yeah, you've got this and sounds like a great idea. They'll say that that's something a prophet said and say, well, he was wrong, when in actuality, the prophet was talking just in his normal, everyday type of talking. But when you start something off with it being a prophecy, you are now speaking words that God would tell you to share with these people. He then had, I believe, David, no, you won't be building the temple. That was prophecy. Whereas him just being himself, it all seemed pretty normal. That sounds about right. Good plans, So it's a lame excuse that JW apologists will say when they talk about this prophet of David's prophesying something inaccurate, when in fact he was not prophesying. He was speaking of his own accord. And it wasn't in the form of thus saith the Lord either. It was him saying, I think that's a good idea. The organization has called themselves a prophet-like organization. The organization has told us that we need to, follow their directions and do as they say because our lives depend on it. Very many things that basically, if you don't do this or you don't do that, it all ends up you're going to die in Armageddon, okay? It's a whole bunch of fear-mongering. Look, you better do this, otherwise you're going to die in Armageddon. This fear indoctrination, or sometimes it's called fear induction, is what gives people phobias. And I've struggled with them for years. when you cannot be who you naturally are and told that you must be this other personality that is the one God approves of, but being yourself is a disappointment to God, this might actually cause some depression, okay? This might actually mess with your head and attribute to this whole mindset of I'm just not good enough and he's not going to love me unless I perform properly. This is incredibly toxic, incredibly unhealthy. But that's like the directions we get from the leadership of the organization. I think this time of the pandemic that we've been going through and over the last 2 years or so, I think that many of the members have had time to just kind of lean back and reflect, which cults don't usually allow, okay? They keep their members busy, they keep them sleep deprived, and all kinds of stuff strategically to make sure that they don't have much time to just kick it and reflect. But I believe these circumstances have caused some reflection, and I believe that people that are members are waking up to the fact that they have been deceived. And if the couple, if they're a married couple, there's plenty of things that would deter one to even admit it to their spouse, because that gets ugly. It gets ugly real quick. There's a book that has been written so that when you go to court for your divorce and you try to get custody of your kids, okay? Because that leadership of the governing body wants those kids, and in fact, believe they're entitled to them. Discard the one that no longer believes, because this is a well-oiled machine, and he's put a kink in the chain. Time to dismiss him and get the ball rolling again, rolling again, rolling again. JW Suicide says, it's a narcissist tactic to keep you on your toes. Dance to my tune or I'll reject you forever. And you know what? She's right. It is a forever. I will reject you forever. Like, not that y'all gonna have like, a tiff or a taff, amongst friends, and hopefully you can settle things in time. It's forever. Okay? Cast out into outer darkness forever. And yes, cult leaders, even people in political positions, tend to be narcissistic. This is actually how I woke up, because I started looking up narcissism. Okay? And going from there, I came to find that cult leaders are narcissistic. From there, I saw a video by David Hassan that mentioned cult members don't really get taught this, but the Universal Declaration of Human Rights says. I'm like, wait, what? I have rights? Like, it's just, he was right. Most members don't know their rights. And that's the way the leadership wants to keep it. That's exactly how the leadership wants to keep it. Because the more you realize your rights, the more empowered you are. Okay? Earlier, I was mentioning, let me get back to Fran and Joe, which I call Auntie Fran and Uncle Joe. They were wondering, how exactly they were going to move away from this organization. And last time we talked, they were at a place of, disassociating would be probably the route they take. Today, hearing that they actually got a letter from a lawyer who said, who used terminology like this is just a friendly letter to let y'all know if you're going to do something that affects this couple, you know, they might have to sue you, and I might have to be the lawyer that helps them. See, they don't know how to. If you're in the judicial committee and you state anything about how your lawyer anything concerning the organization, bam, boom, that meeting is closed right then and there. Okay, so when I heard that there's this letter that is going to be given to, I'm not even sure who, if it's the elders or even if it goes to headquarters, I'm thrilled about this. I'm thrilled because in the area of judicial committees and the way they handle court situations, we don't have rights, okay? But they have all the power. They have all the power. And it's 3 against 1. This is strategic too. You got 3 people that could gang up on you or overwhelm you, and you're just by yourself, maybe trying to remember stuff that you're being asked about that you haven't thought of in a while, but you better give the right answer because they're the ones judging you. And if they decide that you're unrepentant, then that whole disfellowshipping, which goes along with shunning, which is casting you out of your culture of that you've been involved in or your culture of origin, you know?
You know what, Linda?
Yeah, sure. Hi. What were you going to say?
Hey, it's Chad.
Hi, Chad.
I was just thinking about that letter that was sent to Fran and Joe, and I think it was an excellent idea. The only thing in it that kind of worried me was, you know, it was excellent about making sure they weren't to say anything negative about Fran and Joe, because that would lead to a potential legal problem for the Watchtower.
Yes.
But I'm sitting there thinking about when they do disfellowship someone, all they're going to do is get up and say, Joe and Fran are no longer Jehovah's Witnesses. They're not going to say anything defamatory. So they could still suffer the effects of the disfellowshipping without, you know, any slander coming forth that they would be able to sue for libel.
Yeah, and I understand your concern. Did you know, for instance, myself, when I was 15, I was put on public reproof, which was 1980 as well. And if somebody was disfellowshipped, you know, they would say from the platform, so-and-so is disfellowshipped for conduct unbecoming of a Christian. That's what was said from the platform. So that because of different court and lawyers and whatever else legal situations, it has been taken down to so-and-so is no longer a Jehovah's Witness. They can't say anything else because these are things considered slanderous and stuff, you know. So, but I do hear what your concern is. I don't know how they would prove any of it, any slanderous activity, but I do think that the organization doesn't want the wrong people really finding out their behind the scenes tactics and behind the scenes atrocities. So we'll have to see what happens. And there was an assembly symposium that happened, I would say, maybe 4 summers ago, where the person that was talking at the podium said that those that are inactive are to be treated just as those who are disfellowshipped. Okay? Inactive. In order to become inactive, there's a few certain things that have to basically fall into place. But in other words, if you start seeing somebody who's not attending the meetings anymore, shun them too.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's incredibly what I hate so much about it is these members have been taught that that's exactly what Jehovah wants them to do. Like, you're actually helping them being disciplined. It's to help them come back to Jehovah. You know, like if we were kids and you were my brother and I got put in the corner, you'd know to stay quiet. You'd know not to interrupt this stuff, right? If I'm getting reprimanded and put in the corner, you know better than to intervene, because you get crap too. You're going to be in the same, the one right over here next to me, our own personalized corners. It's kind of like that, right?
Yeah. Yep. And, I've been wanting to talk so much tonight, but I have been talking with this Jehovah's Witness online, and it has been stressful to the max. But
has it been?
Yeah, it all comes down, like earlier you were talking about 1984 and Animal Farm,
mm-hmm.
and the thing that kept coming to mind is Newspeak.
Yes.
Remember they had the Newspeak dictionary in 1984?
And groupthink, yes.
Developing, they were developing new phrases and new words based on this new approved of government dictionary. That is so much what I'm dealing with right now with this Jehovah's Witness, because he's got like this whole dictionary understanding of words, but the dictionary is controlled by the Watchtower.
Correct.
So
loaded language.
And I know it's loaded for him.
Correct.
And I say, well, we need to find this correctly. And he's like, well, this is what the word means. I'm like, to your ears. Let's look at all the possible definitions. Let's look at how it's used in this sentence and in this paragraph and see if that might give us a change or tell us what definition it means. He wouldn't go for it. He's like, no, but it's going to be this or nothing. And it's like, dude.
And that's the purpose of loaded language, to separate and to make sure communication amongst you and him would not work, but communication with another JW and him does work. It's to act as a repellent.
Can I say something again?
Sure. Let me just tell him that if you would like if you'd like to learn some definitions from me, because I could tell you a lot of the JW loaded language definitions, or if you even just have a question, what does this mean? Text it to me. I'll give you the answer.
I'm
trying to
the loaded speech.
Oh, good. Okay, that's it. Okay, go ahead, Christopher.
Okay. Did you grow up at JW? I didn't catch his name, Miss Lemon.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
He's one of our allies.
Oh yeah,
okay.
I'm very familiar with it.
Okay, let me tell you one thing. JWs do not respect and they discredit anytime you go straight to the scriptures, because they're going to say they're regurgitated, what I call that political party line. Vote for me. I'm the best candidate on the ticket. So no matter what you say, if you go directly at them, they are automatically programmed to revert back. This person is part of Babylon the Great, a false religion. If you keep talking too much and you know too much, you're an apostate. So you have to come at them like my lady was saying earlier with angles, and I love angles. So you have to come at them almost like Jesus did when he came to preach. He gave them parables. Parables cover a lot of things. They can cover everything. Here's one you can use. If you ask the JW, you say, listen, let me ask you a question. You guys say you have the religion, okay? And you said this religion is wrong, okay? God says he's going to judge on the heart condition. And you ask them, are there some good people in Catholicism, Mormons, and everything, blah, blah, blah? And they say, yeah. You say, do you think they are going to be saved? They're going to say, no. I don't think they're be saved because they're not part of the organization. They're not supporting it. Ask this question. You say, if I met a man, he's a drunkard, white beater, drug abuser, one of the worst people that I've ever met. All of a sudden one night, he has that moment and he says, you know what? I'm going to change my life. And he prays. And the next day, the Jehovah's Witnesses show up at the door. And this man said, okay, my prayers have been answered. I asked the JW member, I said, who changed that person's life? They are going to say, of course, Jehovah changed that person's life. Now that person goes on, he's a ministerial servant, he's an elder and everything. Okay, let's reverse it, the contrast. Drunkard, white beater, everything. He prays. Someone from the Baptist church comes and he still changes. Now he's a deacon and he's a minister. He's even a bishop now. And I asked him, I said, who changed that person's life? They will not rush in and say Jehovah. But
Right.
like Jesus said, you can't eat from two divided tables. If you're out of Satan's reach, whether you're on this side or that side, he doesn't want you to do anything in a good nature or have a good heart. As long as he has you in that grasp within the world and doing things, then you're a part of him. But if you leave, you're just like the JW, the guy who prayed, the JWs came, the same guy prays, and the other church comes. Jesus' disciples came to him one time and they said, Lord, we ran into a man and he wasn't with us, like with the JWs. He wasn't with us, but he was casting out demons in your name. And we told him not to do that. Jesus said, you shouldn't have done that. He said, if you're not against me, you're for me. If that person is doing that and has enough faith to do it and it happens, then he can't talk bad about me. But the JWs are just like the disciples were at that time. They don't want to give credit to the man who changed his life on the other side. So you have to come at them slowly and differently. You have to act like you don't know the answer. Because if you start going scripture to scripture, they're going to revert back and say, oh man, they're going to kick you their version of the song in the hope that you sing it.
Right. That's like, I took a few people under my wing to teach them how to talk with Jehovah's Witnesses, how to try to get them out of the organization. And I would tell these people, be yourself, hang back, don't question me. Just watch how I interact with the person, with the JW, and then you interact with the JW. Let's see how far you get with them compared to how far I get with them. So there's the three of us. We're all sitting there at a picnic table at a restaurant, and we're all talking. And he keeps, like my friend, he's making all his points, and this guy, this Jehovah's Witness, he's basically like shut down. He doesn't want to hear what he's got to say. I'm bringing up the same points, but I'm doing it in a much different format. Like, I openly will just start playing dumb. Like, I don't even know. And I form as many things as I can into a question. And I will get them to where they're like really digging, helping me out, and they really think they're helping me out. And then all of a sudden, I go from question number 1 to question number 15, and then on question number 16, I show them how 1 and 15 contradict each other. And I ask them to think about that. And then I'll start a whole new series of questions. And I'll do it again. And it's just planting those seeds of doubt. And that's very...
You know what? I mean, sometimes those seeds work. And, it's just like the seeds mentioned in the parable. Some fall on rocky soil, some fall on good soil. So it depends on the JW that you're talking to. But like I said, okay, I'm going to give you one of my angles. When I say this, most JWs don't know this. If you ask a JW, you say, listen, when is the new heaven and the new earth? I talked to an elder a year ago. He didn't even know this. And I told him, I said, if you need help, pull up JW.org. When is the new heaven and the new earth? 80% of Jehovah's Witnesses will say, oh, it's during the millennium reign. The other ones will say, oh, well, it's during the paradise, and which is still the same thing. They don't know when the new heaven and the new earth is. And then I tell them, go to JW.org. I love to use that. So if you go to Revelation 20, it says, then I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven, first earth had passed away. So even if a JW has been out here 20 to 25 years and they couldn't answer anything simple, and this is what I tell them, I say, if I were a mechanic and I've been working 40 years and I've fixed every car in the world, and you came to me and you said, well, Chris, can you fix my tire right there? And I look at it and I see the nail, and I said, well, I don't know what's wrong with it, but I think you probably hit a deer. Now, that one makes sense. Just like if you tell them, where does it say in the Bible, in the scripture, we grow to perfection? Because we were all taught that. After Armageddon, we're going to grow to perfection. It never says that. Right. That's an inferred teaching. You tell them, listen to this, you can keep this. You tell them, say, where does it say in the scriptures, when a person comes back, we're going to teach them Jehovah's ways and Jehovah's laws. So they are almost in a position, like Ms. Linda was saying, still trying to be that perpetrator. We're taking the lead and we're going to teach you. Listen, if you're a perfect creature during that millennium reign and you have no further memory of the past things, and Jehovah says, you have my laws right now, it's instantaneous. If you're going to come back, you're going to come back instantaneous. So they put in these stages where people are going to come back, they're going to have to learn Jehovah's ways and laws, blah, 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 blah. It never said that. So that's an inferred teaching. So when you start telling them something like that, that's a seed that they say, where did he get that from? Oh, are you an apostate? No, I'm not. Never been baptized.
Yeah. See, and that's another thing. Like, for me, it can be stressful just having to. It's like walking in a minefield. I have to be so careful because I know, like, just because some of these Jehovah's Witnesses, they get really angry with me real quick once they realize what I'm doing or they've seen me do it numerous times. They will put out a warning not to talk to me, even like in the online community, especially. Like they'll see stuff that I post in the Facebook groups, and I'll have like, you'll eventually see like 1 or 2 Jehovah's Witness comments on it, and then all of a sudden they will not comment on anything else I comment on or anything else that I post, because they know I'm going to ask them a bunch of questions that they're not going to be able to answer. And they're questions like the ones you're pointing out.
But you say you ask them questions. I don't. I ask them questions, but I tell them it's like Miss Linda's thing. It's a loaded test. I've got my own loaded language. So you have to be prepared. It shouldn't be anything frustrating. I love it. I prefer to talk to elders and overseers instead of rank and file JWs, because really they don't know as much as they think they know. You have to dig into.
So Chad, I sent you something.
You have to go ahead.
It would kind of give an explanation. So I sent you something through Messenger. that I'm not going to mention here, but once you look at it, you'll get it. Okay?
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, I got it. I see it.
Okay, but go ahead, gentlemen.
Okay, you have to use the angle. The perfect thing, you have to start with these small things. You have to give them the question and the answer to their doctrine. That's the only way to break them down. And like Ms. Linda said, it shouldn't always be about doctrines. That's why I say something different that's absolutely truth, because truth is not ambiguous. It doesn't lean left, it doesn't lean right. Truth is truth.
Right.
So you have to start with simple things. Is Jesus Michael the Archangel? Oh, of course, they're going to say, oh, yes, he's Michael the Archangel. No doubt, blah, blah, blah. Something real simple. You say, well, if he's an archangel, did he get demoted? What do you mean, Chris? How can a God get demoted to be an archangel? So they say, well, let's go to Thessalonians. It says, and he comes with the voice of an archangel. Well, it says he comes with the trumpet of God and the voice of an archangel. And they say, that's it right there. So you mean to tell me you're basing your whole doctrine on a voice? If you go to Revelation 1, I think it says Paul was in the Lord's day, and he heard something behind him that sounded like a trumpet, and then the Lord touched him on the shoulder. Most JWs have never seen that verse. So if I take that verse and apply it the same way they do in Thessalonians to the voice of an archangel, doesn't make you an archangel. It says, I heard a strong trumpet, and it was the Lord. Is the Lord a literal trumpet? Does the Lord's voice have a trumpet? No. Even in Thessalonians, it says he comes with the trumpet of God. Is that a literal trumpet? No. It's a sounding command, just like literally the voice of an archangel. Archangels deliver proclamations. So that's how you have to show them. It's a proclamation. Now you tell them, do not pull up any Bible out yet. If you pull a Bible out, it's almost like you're pulling out your gun or your knife because you're really back in the corner. Because they've been studying long enough and you've been studying long enough to paraphrase the scriptures, and it's a mutual agreement and they know what you're talking about. So when you say that, then you put the box in their corner and you say, now explain the one I showed you in this. There is no explanation. There is no explanation. If he's an archangel, how can he be, John 1:1, a God?
Right.
How can he share saviorship? How can he be a creator? Michael is only mentioned a couple of times in the Bible, and then I'll let you speak. It says that when he went to fight the Prince of Persia, that Prince of Persia was one of Satan's counterfeit archangels, but Michael went to fight. Now, Michael is only mentioned a couple of times in the Bible. Ask the JW, say, show me the connection between Michael and the Word, because he was the Word before he was the Christ. Show me the connection. Show me the connection. In the beginning was Michael. In the beginning was the Word. So are you telling me that, Mr. and Mrs. JW, I can pray to Michael? No, it says everything in Jesus' name. No name under heaven can you be saved. So I have to go to the organization? No. So you have to use that type of, and that's what I use, but you have to use that type of line.
Right. Yeah, I've used that kind of thing. Yeah.
Okay.
And it's all good stuff. I mean, I love, and I mean, I absolutely love talking to people, whether they agree with me, disagree with me, it doesn't matter. I love people. And even though I'm a shy person, but like, I know for me, I know once I open my mouth, it's only a matter of time before a Jehovah's Witness is going to stop talking to me. So, you know, there's kind of that pressure on me not to offend them. Then it's like, okay, but I got to get this out. I got to try to warn them.
Hold up. Why would you consider their being offended and you not being offended? It says in the Bible, it says, you know, you have to make a stand on your faith anytime you're questioned about it.
Oh, right.
The only thing, right. So the only thing you have to ask the right questions. So it's not about the overall general thing. You can't get them to believe in the Trinity or sometimes the blood issues. Those are too deep. You have to find your angle where you already know you're going to win the game, you're going to hit the winning shot, and there's no way they can block it. So just like the Holy Spirit, I asked them, I said, listen, if the Holy Spirit is consistent throughout the theme of the Bible, then it should be active force, because in their new sword thing, they replace Holy Spirit for active force in Genesis. But as the Bible goes on, the Holy Spirit has a personification. It's different. But according to a JW thinking mentally, when they see it, that's it. So that's the ones they're trying to assure and make sure that they see it and is what we say. But the theme is not consistent. Right. Go with their inconsistencies. That's all you have to do.
Oh yeah, I'm real big. That's one of the things I'm really big on when I first start talking to them. It is just pointing out little inconsistencies. Okay. And it always gets them to warm up to me really quick, and we start talking, and yeah. But I'm not one of those guys that ever compromises. I'm also not one of the guys that backs down. I just hate the fact I'm one of those people pleasers. I want people to like me, but at the same time, it's weird because I really don't care if they don't. So I got the best of both worlds and the worst of both worlds.
Okay, it happens, buddy. It happens.
Yeah. Can I make a comment?
Certainly.
Hello?
Yeah.
Sure, go ahead, Susan.
Okay, if I talk, Linda?
Sure thing. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to say to Chad, I think one of your best weapons that you have on you is your personality, because you love people. And if you love people, that's going to come across in your conversation. And even though we can prove Jehovah's Witnesses wrong, we might win the battle but lose the war. And we should never forget that. So I'm the same way. I don't like to back down, especially when I've done a lot of research and I feel that I'm right. And I know you're a real researcher too. But it's the emotions. It's the love that you show people that's going to win them over, hands down, before any doctrinal point. And it's hard to gain doctrinal points with Jehovah's Witnesses because they are so brainwashed. But it's the love that's always going to shine through, no matter if you're right or if you're wrong.
Yeah, and I got a story, and I think you're going to love this one for sure, Susan. It was about 7 years ago. There was a father and son. They were Jehovah's Witnesses. I was witnessing to them. And it was so funny because the son was getting ready to be baptized. And I started out my studies with them real slow, and then I kept getting deeper and deeper. And then I'm like, you know what, we should just not use the Watchtower publications. Let's just use the Bible. And we went from there. And then I realized I'm not getting anywhere with the father, but maybe I can convince the son not to get baptized. And finally, the father figured out what I was doing, and he showed that he was angry. And this was really hard for me, but I pushed him kind of over the line to the point where he just let it all hang out. And he was just berating me like crazy, and just like at one point I had to lean back because I thought he was going to swing on me. But I just looked at him. I just looked at his son when he was done. And I said, is he like this at home? Is this the love of Jehovah? Because if this is all Jehovah's Witnesses have to offer me, I don't want no part of it. And you could see it was like a big, huge light bulb just flashed brilliantly in this kid's eyes. Like he realized, wow, you're right. Jehovah is love, and Jehovah wouldn't want people acting like this. because I had never said a foul word, a cross word, a mean word to them. And then here's his dad just yelling and screaming and berating me. And I don't think that kid ever did get baptized. So
that's a beautiful
that was
story, and I hope he didn't.
Yeah.
That's just so, I'm so proud of you, because not being a witness, to have that much patience, I give you a lot of credit. Sometimes I lose patience, and I don't mean to, but we're none of us are perfect, and we're going to make mistakes. But it's so good. Rick and I talk about it quite often, how we really admire that you want to help the XJW community, because it's a small community, and there's not going to be a lot of glory with it at all. You have to do it because you want to, because you love people, and that's why we're all here.
Yeah, and you know, and it's funny because
I just wanted to encourage you because of that, because you care about the community so badly. So I didn't want to interrupt your flow with Chris there, but I just admire you for what you're doing.
Oh, thank you, dear. I appreciate that, Susan. Yeah, it was just because I was raised to be a fighter, and I tell you what, I could have just demolished everything that guy was saying. It took everything within me, but I realized sometimes if you're going to win the war, you have to lose a battle, and that was my hill to die on that day, was just to lay down and let him run over. That was so hard for me to do. I had to swallow so much pride, but so glad I did. So, yeah.
That's a good lesson for all of us to learn, is, we have to, sometimes people, when they get angry or they get louder, they try to make the same point over and over. It doesn't work. It's the same point, but it's just with angry, loud words. So, and no one changes their mind over something like that.
Yeah. What's the old saying? A man convinced against his will is of the same opinion still. Meaning you cannot bully someone into. Yeah, you can't bully someone into changing their mind. So, I gave up on bullying a long time ago.
Well, it's just like the right Christians or people that they just turned just because it was expedient. And then when the Muslims came back, they became Muslim again. And then the Christians came and they became Christians. There's no meaning to it. They were the same people, but they had food.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I've been missing this show so much lately.
Well, I'm glad that you're here. I'm sorry to interrupt you with Chris. I really am. And I hope he's still there. I hope Chris is still there. He's a very intelligent young man.
Yeah.
And he has a lot to offer also.
I like listening to him.
And I like his style, which is very mild, and but mild and measured. That's Chris. And again, he doesn't like to give up either. And I applaud him for his efforts, because the XJW community is a small community. I hope you're there, Chris.
Yes, my phone. I was sticking my phone on the charger, and I heard my name.
Oh, it's me. I was just complimenting you on your style. It's measured, but you never get angry. You're always measured, and you always stand for truth, and that's a good way to be. Plus, you don't raise your. Sometimes people, when they're trying to get a point across, and they don't, and it's not getting across, they get louder and they get angrier, and it makes no difference.
I've done this.
They're using the same words.
All right. Well, thank you, my lady. I appreciate the compliment 10 times over.
Well, You are. You never get riled, really. I've never heard you.
Well, you should hear me at the first of the month when I get those bills in the mailbox. I might get a little riled.
And I like that Susan said, can you start over again? What did you say?
I said when I get those kind of when I get the bills in the mail, sometimes I just want to write return to sender and send it back to them without even opening it.
Mm-hmm. I can remember going to the door with my mother. We were out door-to-door service, right? And I remember this gentleman at the door being so kind to her and trying to make a few points. I don't remember what he said. I just remember how much he cared. And I saw and experienced real love and compassion from this guy at the door with my mother. And to this day, I can't forget him or that experience for me. I remember it just, it like erased the indoctrination I'd received. You know what I mean? And so I like to say love is always louder. The fact that what you shared about, yes, you've been raised to be a fighter, but you knew that you had to lay down for that one. That showed a lot to his son. He did not forget this. And what happens when the organization is being disproved with Jehovah's Witnesses is, first off, their identity is very wrapped up in being one of Jehovah's Witnesses. They don't get to develop their own personality. They're not involved in much of their own self-interests. So they don't have a sense of identity. It doesn't even get to grow. They stunt it. The religion stunts it. So keep all of that down and only find your identity in this. So what happens is they experience you attacking them by counteracting the org. So they take it personal. Take it personal.
Oh yeah.
Why? Because it's involved in their identity. And yeah, so then you're going to get all kinds of ad hominem, and your character will be like slandered and just, they'll go off on you.
Yeah.
They'll go off on you.
I ended up I made a few good friends in the XJW community, and because they saw my style, and sometimes they saw me just being so open and honest and loving and caring and kind, and they're like, how can you put up with some of the stuff they say to you? And I'm like, you know what, sometimes I get in my flesh and I give them a few zingers too. I'm not perfect. But ultimately it's because I do care.
I get that. I really do. I get that about you, Chad, and I actually am very appreciative. Yes?
I wanted to ask you if that was the man that affected you so much. Don't you think that's how Jesus would have acted, and that's why he attracted people to him?
Yes.
That's really how I think he would be. He went to the criminals and the people that had bad habits, and he was criticized for that. But he said the sick need a physician. So that's probably how he would have acted. So that's how Christians should. If they say they're Christians, and they really are, and they're trying to be, they'd want to act more like this man that you're talking about. I love that story.
And I love it too, because it's a very fond memory of mine. And I hated having to go out, dragged out in service all the time with my mama. It was just like, not again. But he's memorable. He is very memorable in my mind. So see how love affects someone? Like to this day, I remember this experience. I don't remember if he was counteracting any of the doctrine or just, I don't know what he said. I just remember experiencing the true, honest care that he had for my mother and myself. And it wasn't lovey-dovey, let's hug and crap like that. I just really, it was very obvious, you know?
Yeah.
There's a lot of thought-stopping
Where
cliches and tech happens with Jehovah's Witnesses too. What did you say, Chad?
I too had a similar experience. Linda, I too had a similar experience as you did. When I left Jehovah's Witnesses, I was all over the map, what I believed and what I thought, and you wouldn't believe the junk that I was getting interested in, all kinds of things. I paid for psychics, I did all kinds of stuff. But I didn't know what to do, because when you leave Jehovah's Witnesses and you have no direction, where do you go? I mean, you try to go everywhere at once. So the thing that impressed me the most is this woman. She was a Christian, and I had told my neighbors I was trying to pray, and I didn't really know how, and I didn't know what to do. So I said, well, these ladies over in this apartment building, they know a lot about the Bible. You should meet them. There were two women. One was black and one was white. And they went, and their names were, one was Canary and one was Mary. And I went over there and I talked.
I'm sorry, that is so memorable.
I know.
I'm sorry, go on.
Colorful too. I know. Yeah, those women taught me what love was. I really didn't believe any of the things they were saying that much until later. But it was the love that those women had for me that turned me around. And to say it like you, I can't remember what they said. It was how they said it.
How they showed up for you.
They didn't condemn me for what I was doing or being a former Jehovah's Witness or how I was living my life. They said nothing about that, ever. I mean, they commiserated with me that I was one of Jehovah's Witnesses for so long, and they said, yeah, they don't believe correctly. But I didn't really know how. But they taught me. And it was the love. And I just sucked that love up because I'd had this conditional love for so long. And I was lost. And they just loved me right where I was, right where I am. No, all warts and all imperfections. And that's what Jesus did. And that's what attracted people, was that love that he had. Because the scribes and Pharisees were rules and regulations. That's all they knew. And if you stepped over the line, bam, you were struck with lightning. You know, as far as they were women back then, if they got in trouble and they were caught, they were stoned. They were dead. So it was very dangerous to do wrong things back then. But the people that were doing wrong, Jesus went and he hung out with them and helped them and loved them. And the love is what turned them around.
I truly agree. So, you know, Chad, you are a caring person, and that does come across. It does come across when I hear you speak. I mean, I can tell you're not giving us a line of BS. I mean, I can tell you're not. And it takes great dedication to want to be involved in something that you're just going to reach one impasse after another, after another, after another. It's truly on your heart. It's truly on your heart. And I get that, you know. So thank you.
Yeah. Sometimes I don't know, I just kind of look at it, we're all in it together.
No one's in this for money or glory. You certainly don't.
Oh, no.
Are you kidding me? No. It's only because we love people. That's why we're even here tonight at 3 o'clock in the morning, because we love people. And if there's someone out there to help, we'll try and help them if they want it. Because we know when you leave Jehovah's Witnesses, you are a basket case. Your whole world is turned upside down. Your world is rocked. and you don't know what to do. And some people do want to kill themselves, and they really do. Because Rick has all kinds of experiences of people who have written him and said, I was going to kill myself, and somehow I found your show, and it turned me around. And, it happens. It does. People do say that. That's what keeps Rick going. Not the glory, certainly not the money. There is no money. In fact, he won't take any money. And I agree with him 100%. Because as soon as you involve money, it does not work. Something happens. People give you money and they say it's free. Here, I'll give you money. But what you do with it, they don't like it.
Yep.
And then if they don't like what you do with the money they gave you as a gift, it's controlling a gift. If someone gives you towels and you use them and they don't like the way you use the towels, do they have the right to say that? No, it's a gift. But money is different. Money's always different. If you involve money, you involve problems.
Got that right. That's like one of the churches I was supposed to speak at. They wanted me to come. They wanted to know how much money it was going to require. And I said, well, nothing. You pay for my ticket and I'll come. Pay for my train ticket. And all of a sudden they got offended by that because they're like, well, do you think we can't afford it or this, that, or the other? I'm like, no, it's just, this is my ministry. This is what I do. I want to help and teach your people how to speak with Jehovah's Witnesses and how to share some truth with them and how to present facts about what happens in the organization. And it's a very difficult thing. And I'm sure a lot of your people won't even come to it. But there will be some that will, and they'll be blessed by it. And I told them, I said, I don't have any set fees. I mean, you just pay for my train ticket and put me wherever you want to put me, in a hotel or stay at your house, whatever it is. And all of a sudden they canceled. Like they didn't want me to come anymore.
It seems like that was a test question, Chad, because I've done things at churches. And I was always so surprised when I got this envelope that was called a love offering. Okay? It's like, what's this? Yeah. See, that's how it usually happens. So
yeah.
It just seemed like a trick question.
Yeah.
That's fascinating.
Yeah. So, but who knows? I know one of the churches I helped out, I regretted ever going there because I found out a lot of the resources I left them with, the pastor, after I had left, he had copied everything, distributed it, which is fine. I told him he should do that. But then he went and he undermined everything I taught them about being loving, compassionate, caring, and if you can only be negative, keep your thoughts to yourself and keep your mouth shut. Because they expect you to be mean toward them. They don't think there is any love in Christianity. And I really hit these people over the head with, you gotta be real Christians. If you don't love these people, don't pretend to love them. And at the same time, just keep your mouth shut, because you're just going to make it harder for those who do love them. And all of a sudden, a few months after I leave, the pastor gives out the handout. He makes all the copies I told him to. But then he's basically instructing the congregation to beat the JWs over the head with false prophecies and all this other stuff I left for them. Instead of being kind, compassionate, loving, curious, he was like totally prideful and arrogant about it.
And you know what I'm thinking right at this moment? You're not the first person he's done that with. He does this, like, that's a character of his. He brings people around, asks them their opinion, they give it. After the person walks away, he stands there and talks them down and says, do it this way, because he's an idiot. you know, that's their nature to just downplay and put down everybody. And it's very bullying, you know. Ugh, that's too bad.
It is. But I guess after that, a few people left his church because they didn't like the presentation he was giving and how it was contradicting everything I said. And, you know, I just kept it real simple. If you love someone, try to warn them. If you don't love them, leave them alone.
Mm-hmm.
Don't try to make it into a show. This is people's physical lives and spiritual lives at risk.
Yes. I'm looking for this thing that I found yesterday that kind of applies to what we're talking about here. So I'm looking here in my little gallery. And basically, oh, here it is. Okay, you know that moment when you find out that your struggle is also someone else's struggle? That you're not alone? That you're not alone and that others have been down the same road? Some of the most comforting words in the universe are "me too." That's what I believe the show does. It's like we hear the stories and, you know, me too. Like that happened. That happened to me too. It's so confirming. It's so confirming because usually they'll think that they were the only one that had to go through it, or it's an isolated case, or it was their fault, or there was something wrong with them. And to know that somebody else went through it and then somebody else went through it, holy cow, this might even be strategic. You know, they might have even played us. To come to that realization is pretty cool too.
Yeah.
There's a special and unique.
That PDF I told you about?
Did I ever get it? I'm
yeah,
not sure
the
which
one
one.
I sent you about the Illinois mandated reporting thing.
I did not open it up yet. I did see it though. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. I love the fact that you got on here and went, this is what I had to go through to be and you know, there was all these different things that you have to go by. And yes, to be a minister or a pastor, you are considered someone who's a mandatory reporter, you know?
Right. And for me, the thing that hurts me the most, because I am a minister, is that it came to the fact that I have to be mandated. Because that, for me to be mandated, means someone dropped the ball in a very, very important matter.
Mm-hmm.
And that,
like they have to spell it out. Like, really? You have to spell it out?
Yeah.
You know, but yes, there were cases and situations before you that made it to where it needed to be written out in law. You know? Yeah, it is sad. But there's a go ahead, what? I was saying it's your turn. I missed what you said. Why are we talking over each other? Were you going to say something?
I don't know.
Okay, I don't either.
Yeah.
But
I was going to say, one of the reasons why I get so fired up when it comes to the whole thing with the CSA and you know, family abuse, that kind of thing, is because when I was a kid, one of our close family friends was a medical doctor, and he was our family doctor. He treated everyone in my family. Like my family, my cousins, my aunts, and uncles, he treated the whole clan. Mm-hmm. And this doctor he molested one of my family members.
Oh my goodness.
And it was very hard for us because he was so close, so trusted,
Yes.
and like it was like a betrayal of the ages, you know. And we found out not only did he assault sexually this family member, he also set up cameras and recorded it.
Okay.
He had done that with numerous patients of his.
Oh man.
So,
Yeah, that's something you would think is unfathomable, especially in a position, such a trusted position, and also it's a displaced authority. Like if I go to a lawyer and I'm his client, I'm going to be directed by him. If I go to a doctor and I'm their client, I'm going to be directed by the doctor. They're in that position of authority and power. Yeah, that's heartbreaking. And see that second portion that you're mentioning says even more, because the purpose of filming it is works in an underground more devastation. That there's an appetite for that. It's so sad. I have a friend that
doctor.
Go ahead.
Yeah. And another thing this doctor did was he would use infected needles to give injections and to draw blood. So he passed a few diseases to his own patients.
On purpose.
Thought it would be funny. Yes.
Okay.
What happened to this guy that he's so evil? Oh my gosh, I've never heard of anything. That's about one of the worst stories I've ever heard. That's really sick.
It is. And I don't know what happened to him. I know he had 2 kids and a wife.
Oh my gosh.
And I guess for several years after this, the wife stayed married to him. And I guess, I don't know, but like 10 years after he went to prison, which he's going to spend the rest of his life in prison now. But I know 10 years after he went to prison, his son went as the dad for Halloween one year. Like
he did Halloween and dressed up like his own father?
Yes.
The doctor? Was he in a prison outfit or a white coat?
Yeah.
Prison outfit?
The white coat and scrub.
Okay.
Did he molest his own son?
I have no idea if he did anything to his own son.
Because that's pretty sick. I mean, mentally, that's a sick thing to do. He must have really affected his own son. Good grief.
Yeah. It was a very crazy time in Illinois. Especially since
what year was that?
Was like, I want to say this was like 1988, 1989.
I was there in Illinois.
You would probably know Joseph Sycon.
Was it in the paper?
Oh yeah, it was all over the state. It was actually, it made nationwide news.
Well, in Naperville, we should have heard that. Yeah.
Yeah, it was Joe Sycon, Streeter, Illinois. You do a Google search, it'll pop right up.
Not a good thing.
I can tell you when he got arrested, he had to go into segregation because of the nature of his arrest. When he finally had to go to prison, they started him out in general population, and within 6 hours he was in the infirmary. Because I guess like 6 hours after he got in, they had found him on the floor naked with blood coming out of his rear end, because apparently a couple of the other prisoners didn't like what he did, so they found a nice big wooden broomstick.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So he was in general population for 6 hours. Then he had to go, and he was in the prison hospital for 5 days. Then they put him in segregation, and then they would just release him into general population, and it would be a fight or something else, and boom, he would be back in the infirmary and back into segregation. So, oh yeah.
Where was he in prison in Joliet? Do you know?
I want to say it was either Statesville or Pontiac.
Oh, good. It's even worse.
Yeah. But I know he definitely got what was coming to him. He lost all of his appeals. And his last appeal, or no, I'm sorry, the second to last appeal, he tried to represent himself. And that did not go over good for him. And
well, that's the problem, his personality.
Yeah.
As we were talking before, a person's personality, he thinks he's smarter than everybody else. So he's going to stick him with the needle with, all kinds of junk in it. People don't know. And he thinks that's a joke because he's so smart. But even prisoners have children.
Right. And it was, but yeah, I can tell you what, hanging out with my family and just hearing all the stories of stuff that happened. I remember once being with that family member's parents, and obviously I'm not giving away any information for privacy reasons, but I remember that person's parents had to come pick me up from school one day. I was in first grade. And once we had left the school and they were on their way to take me back to their house, they realized we were being followed. And it was a private detective that was hired to follow us and try to intimidate us, the whole family. And that didn't go over too well because my dad, knowing the lay of the land real well, he was able to pull into an alley, hurry up, get back out on the street, and pulled up, and he followed the guy all the way out of town. And the guy couldn't lose us. So, and then I remember another time I got to their house, and someone had broken into their house, and as they walked in the back door, whoever it was that had broken into the house had ran through the kitchen door to get out.
Who hired this detective? The doctor?
Yeah.
Oh,
probably trying to find information, trying to make it look like we were just after money. The family was after money. And it's like,
how is the family member that got molested? Are they okay? Did they get through it? Or?
Yeah, we all had to go to counseling and everything. And,
good.
I think the only person that didn't adjust, I guess no one really fully adjusts back after something like that.
No,
but I think the only person, I think the only person that never even came close to having any normalcy was that person's mother. So, and I'm not going to judge the mother because that was, her baby that it happened to. So.
But what's so interesting about this, Chad, is you were like in first grade, and you're on the far side of first grade right now, and you still remember all that. It's very important to you,
Oh, yeah.
and it affects how you grew up. So these people that molest an individual, there's a whole tribe of people around this person that's molested that has to get involved with it all or be a part of it. And it's like, in most cases, life altering.
Oh yeah. And like I still remember one time I was with that family that it happened to, and I remember there was a knock on the door one day.
And somebody's mic is open.
Oh, okay, there, stop. But I remember one time I was with that family. One day I was staying the night at their house. I remember there was a knock on the door, and it was some guy, and just said, "Look, I know what that doctor did to your child, and I just want to let you know, here's my phone number, here's who I am. If you ever want them taken care of, just let me know." And he said, "You'll get an idea what I can do if you just pay attention to what happened to him tonight." And the dad just kind of looked at the guy weird and said, "Okay." And he's like, "Well, just let me know." And he turns around and he walks away. Well, come to find out, the next night or the next morning is somebody had climbed a tree outside of that doctor's house. And they were using a bow and arrow, and they were shooting arrows right through the doctor's window. So there was people all over the place that were mad at this doctor. So
Wow.
yeah.
Well, were they mad? I mean, he was in jail, so they were just acting out against his family?
No, he had actually gotten out on bail.
Oh, my word. Well, that's like bail today.
Yeah.
We get out on everything. Whoa.
But yeah, apparently he from probably like 40 yards, he was able to shoot inside the window from a tree stand. Not only that, he also hit the target because he was shooting at the light bulbs in the lamp. So he was a crack shot with a bow and arrow.
You know, this is not good because, you know, that Illinois, I heard yesterday they're going to pass a no bail law where they don't throw anybody in jail. There's no set bail. They just let them go and expect them to show up for trial. That's going to be passed in Illinois. Really, it's on Pritzker's desk right now. He's passing it.
Oh, yeah, it'll pass. Oh, yeah. Oh, this state is getting worse and worse.
I still have a home there.
Makes me want to move down to Missouri. Get away from this place.
But you know, some places that have never had a lot of crime are now experiencing it. I don't think there's anywhere that you could really go. And I may be wrong because I've lived in various places, but I don't think there's anywhere you could go where you wouldn't find some kind of trouble.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like the town where my family is from down in Missouri, it's always been a town of like 300 people. And there was never any crime in that town. Now, you got to make sure you lock your doors and your windows because people will break into your house and climb through your windows.
Yeah, because everything's so expensive and because of what's going on, people just can't afford to eat. And I understand if people get desperate and they want to feed their family, I can see them taking a few things from the grocery store, but I don't see them beating up an old lady in taking her groceries or doing something not so nice. I cannot let that go. It's hard. when you start harming other people, either sexually or physically, it's not a good thing at all. I mean, you'll agree, I know, but the things that are going on now, especially when little kids do this, like little kids being shot at, straight bullet, it's so hard to accept something like that. How do you justify that?
Yeah. And I mean, I know like when I was growing up in the 80s, it was common to see people riding around in a pickup truck and there's a gun rack in the rear window. You would see that at the high school, gun racks in the window with rifles and shotguns in the gun rack.
But you didn't worry about getting shot to death. But see, people might have had those guns, but they had no desire to come and shoot up everybody in the school.
Right. It was.
I mean, it was common. Everybody had it. The good old boy had a truck and a gun and a dog and a fishing pole and whatever. They just did.
Yep. But oh my goodness, today it's just, I don't know. I will say, I am glad I do not have kids because that means I do not have to worry about all this.
Kids can be the joy of you, but they can be a heartbreak for you day after day. It can be because they're still Jehovah's Witnesses, or they could be drug addicts, or they could have alcohol problems, or your husband just walked out on them, or whatever. And you go through all that with your kids, but it is rough. But they're a joy, too. At times, they're such a joy.
Yeah.
And a lot of people feel like you do, Shad. They're not having kids.
Yep.
Neither of my girls ever had kids. And, of course, because they're Jehovah's Witnesses. But there's other people that just look at the world and say, I don't want them either. So, because it's a big responsibility. Yeah. And you shouldn't have kids if you don't want the responsibility. Because it doesn't end the minute they walk out of the house at 18 or whenever either.
Yeah, that's one thing. Like, I am glad my dad, he kind of made sure I understood the birds and the bees. Like, he had me figure it out for myself, but he also taught me responsibility. So he knew he never had to worry about me making him a young grandfather. And yeah.
Yeah, it's so important to have a good dad like you did, because men learn how to be a man or from their dads. And so you had a good dad, but some of these young people today, they don't have a dad to learn from. And so they're on their own, and they learn from their mothers or from the kids in the neighborhood, and it's a skewed view, and they don't learn to be responsible people. That's part of the problem right there, is absentee dads. I think if the family were strengthened, I think we'd see more of a change in society. Because kids today, young people today are running around and they don't know how to be an adult. They weren't raised to be on their own, to be independent, to have a good family structure, to learn from and to lean on during problems, and it's just not there today. As an example, my mother was an alcoholic, and she never raised me. I raised myself. So it can be overwhelming to be an adult because you don't know how to be an adult because your parent never taught you how to be a child or a teen. So you go from being a child to an adult overnight almost. And I know my mom didn't mean to do what she did, and she's sorry, and she's even kind of mentioned it at times. Other times she denied she was even an alcoholic, but she went back and forth. But either way, my childhood was still my childhood. Your childhood was still your childhood. And
right.
But what I think is so nice is that you had therapists to help you deal with the bumps and a good dad to help you with the rest.
Yeah. I mean, my life wasn't all sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows after my parents divorced. I experienced some abuse. My dad's girlfriend, my mom's boyfriend, you know, both sides there, but I endured and I learned how to take care of myself and protect myself. So it wasn't
How
a
often
perfect
did you
time,
see your
but,
dad?
the thing is, when my parents divorced, I didn't know they divorced because they kept that from me. And then it was during the summer when there was a strike going on, and my dad was management. So during the strike, he had to work. So not seeing my dad for a while was common. But this was kind of going on for a long time. I said, Mom, when's Dad going to be home? I haven't seen him in a couple of days. Oh, he moved out. We divorced. Literally, that's how I found out my parents divorced. That was the conversation.
How did they figure you were not going to find out? I don't understand that.
I don't know. I don't know. But I thought at that point I had lost my dad forever. I was never going to see him again, and I was heartbroken. And she had called him and said, listen, I still want you to come see your son, and he wants to see you, and you want to see him. And he showed up the very next day, took me for the whole day. And he gave me his new phone number and said, you call me anytime you want. And yeah. Boy, that was something else.
So how old were you when the divorce happened? Chad?
I want to say it was, that was the summer, had just gotten out of 5th grade. School had not started for 6th grade yet. So I was probably about 10 years old. 10 or 11.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
wow. That's a hard one.
yeah, I'm still, and like now I'm in therapy for stuff that happened when I was a kid. I never realized how deeply it affected me until a few years back. And now I'm
good for you. Good for you.
Because I just came to a point where I just couldn't stand it anymore. So, yeah.
It's a smart person to know when they need help, Chad.
Yeah. And
even the most intelligent rulers or people, the billionaires or whatever, they know when they don't know something, and they will always get someone who knows even more than they do to fix or help fix the problem. So even Elon Musk and so forth, they're not afraid to get help when needed. So I think that's really good.
Yeah. And for me, it came down to the night I realized I actually really needed the help. I was watching Clint Eastwood, and he said the line, "A man has got to know his limitations."
Yes.
And that clicked in my head that I have been dealing with so much stuff, and I've passed my limit. And I decided to reach out for help. So it just clicked because my nephew had something a couple of days earlier. He had asked me why I get so angry so easily. And that broke my heart that he thought of me as an angry person. So that was
well, you learned what was making you angry. That's important.
Yeah.
Was there any truth to that? Was there any truth to that you got so angry so quickly?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I had a fuse that was instantly the moment you lit it, it was blowing up. I mean, I was horrible. People, that was actually one of the reasons why when I was 18, I started drinking the entire time. I was, in fact, I think it was like almost the entire year I turned 18, I was drunk. That was the only way. Yeah. And that was just because that was the only way I could like function and be a part of society. So that was a bad year.
But it's not uncommon for people to, do that, to self-medicate or to not have to be in their thoughts or stuff like that. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. And I always thought that, reaching out for help was nothing but a sign of weakness. But one thing I learned, because I'm a manly man. I'm a guy's guy, but one thing I learned was that admitting that you need the help is one of the hardest things you're ever going to have to do. And the only thing harder than admitting that you need the help is actually reaching out to receive the help.
Yeah, that takes strength. That takes real strength. And it makes me wonder, that your nephew gave you that feedback. It made me wonder, or it does make me wonder if maybe you were triggered of stuff you didn't even know what was triggering you.
Oh, yeah.
Or...
Oh, yeah. Like, I used to have big control issues because of the abuse I went through. I was in fight or flight mode for all of my teenage years. I mean, that was it until I was 18. From the time I was 12 till the time I was 18, I was in fight or flight mode. There was no being able to relax, being able to take any kind of joy in anything. It was entirely about self-preservation.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing. And to think, JWs will go through abuse too, but Jehovah's Witnesses are taught to be pacifists, to take it, to turn the other cheek. So they get all this abuse, plus they're supposed to take any crap anyone else throws on them too. And this is supposed to be like a great example of being Jehovah's representative crap. But to be honest, I have found that the only way to stop a bully is to bully them back. And that's not my nature.
I agree.
I don't like to bully people. I don't like to be mean to people. But I found it out on accident. So there was a maintenance guy that worked here, right? He would walk by people and say stuff to antagonize them. Next thing you know, he's having a yelling fight, right? Well, when my grandkids were here, I would walk outside and say, "Not today, Eric. My grandkids are here, okay? Not today. Not in front of my grandkids, okay?" And then he would stop. Okay, that's fine. And I thought it was because of a respect thing that he heard me say, I don't want my grandkids to experience this yelling. And I've been very, my kids did not see me and my ex-husband argue, ever. I grew up watching fights all the time. But anyways, back to this Eric dude. So that was the only time I would say something to him. So maybe it happened 4 times over the years. And then one day, I hear him antagonizing my roommate, who was a petite blonde, and she's out with the dog, taking the dog out to go potty and stuff. And I don't know what came over me. I walked outside and I reprimanded him like a yard duty teacher, telling him what for, and you need to just knock it off. This is not me at all, okay? I was standing there yelling, going, I don't know why I'm doing this, and then I told him, "You're drunk. You need to go home." And he did. He walked right in his house. And I came back inside the house, and my my first husband was there with my daughter that we've had together, and I go, I think I just found my voice. So my roommate comes in and starts talking about how this, that, and the other. But what it came down to was what he antagonized her with was he accused her of not picking up the doggy poop. And you know what? He said it was her. It had to be our Chloe's doggy poop because it had hair all over it. Chad, Susan, I've seen a lot of doggy poop in my life. I've never seen the doggy poopy hair from the dog on it. So that was just like,
what does he have, a microscope? Does he have a microscope in the back of his truck or what?
I was just, that's like that was a legitimate accusation to start an argument with her. And the thing about her was, I don't know. I don't like people that are, and he was a pretty big dude. Like I would say he's shaped like you, Chad, you know, and he was just a, you know, wide shoulders, pretty big dude, right? I mean, I haven't seen you stand up, but I've seen you sitting down, right? A thick dude.
I'm
so
6'4".
Okay. He was probably 6'2", you know. He had a presence to him and wore a flat top, okay? So when big men pick on petite women, that really bothers me. That really bothers me. And every so often we'd be out somewhere and some gentleman would pick up on my roommate. And I would see her, and she was very, like she had tenacity. And if I tried to make a point with her, she would just double down and disagree with me till the end of the earth, okay? But when I saw this kind of stuff happen to her, I would actually see her withdraw and even go into herself. And I'm like, holy crap, she's being affected by this. So I remember one day we were at the DMV, some guys picking on her. I mean, trying to pick up on her. And I stood up and I said, and I'm a big hunk of woman, okay? I said, this is my wife. She came here with me and she's going home with me. He was so shocked. He was so shocked. He walked away with his head bobbing like he just could not believe what he just heard. So from then on, and this happened she lived with me for like 11 years. And so the joke is like every so often I have to make her my wife for 10 whole minutes. And it would only be for these circumstances. when a gentleman would come pick up on her and she literally would say a few things and then she would shut up and I would see her just like nothing intimidated this person. She was a pretty tenacious person, but I saw her go just it was bad for her psyche. And I saw that I have to stand up and I'm protecting this person here. She going home with me, sir. Oh my God, that was funny. That was funny. But yeah, so once I got wind of what it was he started the argument with her about, I was realizing what got to me was he was a big, intimidating looking man picking on this petite blonde. Goodness gracious, that just irritates me.
Yeah. You know, the way
so it was that
it reminded me of something I did when I was about 18. I was at a bar and there was this girl I had taken out to the bar I go to, and she was a couple of years older than me. She was 21. And she thought I was older than her, but that's okay. And I'll never forget one time we're out at the bar, and she's always trying to huddle close to me because she's nervous around guys, and she would only go out with me because she trusted me. And one time she went to the bathroom, and a couple of guys who had been really flirting with her hardcore, they're like, Chad, are you with her? I'm like, oh no, we're not together. They're like, what is she doing here with you? And I said, well, this is her first time out since the sex change operation. So it's really nervous.
I must say, your story is much better than mine.
Oh, Chad.
Oh my goodness, that's hilarious. Oh, that was great.
But you know what?
And I don't think it's over, but
For the
please
rest
go
of
on.
the night. Nobody flirted with her for the rest of the night.
Oh my God! Did she
Like,
know you said that about her?
well, I'm getting to that part. So
Okay, I'll shut
that
up.
happened around 9 o'clock. It's 3 a.m. I roll into Gabby D's, which is a local restaurant. They'd open 24 hours on the weekends. 3 a.m., Club Blues closes. I stagger into Gabby D's. We're sitting at the table. A couple of my friends come over. They sit down with us. We're all getting ready to eat. And she's like, I can't believe it. Earl, what did you must have said something to somebody, because early on, those guys would not leave me alone. And then all of a sudden, it was like I got the cold shoulder, and nobody wanted to dance with me or talk to me anymore. She's like, did you say something? I said, yeah, I told them that this was your first time out since the sex change operation. And right at that moment, my friend's girlfriend was taking a drink, and she spewed it all over her plate.
This is epic. Oh my goodness, this is great.
And oh no, now it gets even better.
Oh, do tell.
She calls me at the top of her lungs. She yells out, "You dirty, rotten SOB!" And everybody in the restaurant turns towards her, and she stands up, and she's like, "Stand up!" And I stand up, and she plants a kiss in front of everyone.
She hit you?
So then she kissed me.
Oh, okay. Wow, I was way off. She didn't hit you, she kissed you. Okay.
In front of
Wow.
She kissed me in front of everyone. Well, the next night is a Saturday night, and I go back out, and then all of a sudden, here's all the guys from one of the bars we were at. They're like, "You kissed that thing." I'm like, "It's a girl." Yeah, now she's had a sex change operation.
No.
I tell you what, those guys didn't know what to believe for me after that. So, yeah, that was something else.
That's hilarious.
That's an epic story. That really is.
Oh, I got a host of them. Oh my goodness.
Well, it's stories
never
like
forget
that. It's stories like that when you tell people, it makes you relatable to them, and they, just because you're a minister, you're not some perfect person that's never had a problem in your life, and that's what's going to help you to relate to people. Yeah.
Yeah, like I'll never forget the one time. It was right after I became a Christian. I was 19. I'd been a Christian for about 6 months. Yeah, 7 months I had been a Christian. I ended up going to this big family, not family, it was a youth council. When I was in the Salvation Army, it was a big youth trip. Anyone under 21 could go. And they took us to this place in Peoria, Illinois, and it was called Riverplex. It was an indoor water park. And the night before, we had been dancing our butts off. I find a hot tub, so I just go and I sit in the hot tub, and I'm finally relaxing. I'm no longer sore, And then here comes a couple other people, and they get in with me, and a couple more. And pretty soon, this hot tub has like 17 people in it. And then all of a sudden, some guy walks over, and he's giving me a look. And I'm like, what? Because we're all just talking, having a good time, and enjoying each other's company. And then he walks away, and I'm like, okay, that was weird. And then here comes another guy walking over with him. He says, Jack, can we see you for a minute? Yeah, sure. I get out of the hot tub. And they're like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm relaxing my muscles in the hot tub. They're like, you're the only guy in that hot tub. I said, yeah, but I was also the first one in that hot tub. They came along later. They're like, uh-huh. So then after that, I got a bad reputation at church camp. I was the bad kid at church camp.
But why would it be so wrong for you to be in a tub of 17 people? I mean, what could happen when 17 people are watching you? I don't get the problem here.
Yeah, I'm in the hot tub. There was like 15 women plus me. And yeah, all of a sudden, none of the guys at camp liked me anymore for the rest of that trip.
Oh.
Was this like a Christian youth camp kind of thing?
Yep.
That's why.
Oh, yeah.
That there is why. That there would be behavior unbecoming of a Christian. No, but you're right. You were the first one in, so why would you get out, right?
Right. So, but yeah, I tell you what, for the rest of that summer, I was going to every possible camp I could. They even sent me along as a counselor. Yeah, they sent the bad kid as a counselor, you know.
Well, maybe they looked at you as a more balanced person. Maybe they looked at you as a more balanced person. Because, you know, it's up to everyone to get possession of their own vessel. And today, a lot of churches become very pharisaical, just like the Pharisees were in Jesus' day. But Jesus called them, graves and, whitewashed graves. He knew what was inside. They didn't have love for people. So I find that in some churches today, and I hate to say it because I know you're a minister, but some churches have become anemic, and they don't teach the love of God, and they don't really teach the truth of what the Bible really says. And in a way, Russell was right. Some religions are a racket and a snare. Not all of them. Look at Joel Osteen. He's got 42,000 people that donate every week. I mean, that guy's not hurting for cash. I don't see him donating any money to the hurricane victims in Florida. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, or look, Prince Charles. He loves his people. He has people all over the world who loves him. He's also got 83 billion with a B people dollars in the bank. He's got 83 billion. So if he really cares about people, and he's a Christian, so he says, why isn't he out there helping poor starving people that are in his purview in all the countries the British Isles at one time really ruled over? Now it's just a memory, but at the time they sometimes they didn't treat those people very well. But I don't get it, and I think that some people need their Christianities overhauled. That's just my personal opinion.
I tend to agree with you because, like, when I was in Salvation Army, there was a big emphasis on holiness, but for them, holiness was strictly outside appearance. And for me, I always viewed it as a condition of the heart. And that was one thing for me. It was all about, for me, the change that had happened in my life, which became visible on the outside. So, it kind of drew people to me where before, remember I said I'm 6'4", and I'm a big ogre-looking dude with a shaved head, and that used to repel people, which was what I wanted. I was I was a scrapper. I used to love to fight. And it'd be nothing for me to start a fight with 5 people, 6 people. Whether I won or lost, I didn't care. I just wanted to fight. I was a mean guy. Nobody wanted to be around me. All of a sudden, once I became a Christian, everything changed. My whole personality changed. My whole life changed. And it's like, wow, I can make friends, and I can have friends, and I can care about people, and they care about me. So, I don't know. I think there just needs, like, with what you're saying, an overhaul. There has to be a balance of holiness of heart as well as behavior. But it has to be an emphasis on the holiness of the heart.
Well, it's so easy, just like Jehovah's Witnesses do, to wear your religion on the outside. You can look pretty, you can do things on the outside and hide it on the inside. Just like Jehovah's Witnesses are hiding all this child abuse, this pedophilia that's going on. But really, pedophilia is a wave of the whole society. But Jehovah's Witnesses just are better at hiding it, I guess, than some others are. And people think if you look good, you are good. But that's not always the case. You can look good, like your doctor friend, but then what is he on the inside? That's very good.
Yeah.
He can say, well, I'm a Christian, I'm a doctor. Well, so what? You're a bad Christian doctor.
Yeah. And I don't know, for me, it's just, I get sick and tired because, a lot of people will talk about, like, hypocrisy in the church. And it's like, well, yeah, there's hypocrisy everywhere. So don't let that stop you.
But you know what, Chad? Hypocrisy stops with you. If you try to make a difference, that's all you can do. Is, you can live your life and be the best person you can and try to help others around you. But if you stop doing that, the whole society stops doing it. And I think everyone's just given up. They think it's just such a mess. How do we clean it up? But it starts when a person says it starts with me. Just like this apostate movement. Where does it start? It starts with you. It starts with me. It starts with Rick. It starts with Linda. It starts with everybody trying to make a difference in their own way to the best of their ability. Is any of us perfect? No. But we try to be as best of a person as we can be.
Yeah.
And would God really want more than that? Would he want better than our best that we can give? I don't think so. I don't ask better from a person than I think that they can give. I never do. I expect less, and if they deliver more, then there's to the positive. If you expect so much out of people that they can't deliver, then you're set up for failure. God doesn't want perfection from us, but he does want loyalty and love. Does that mean we look perfect, but inside we're evil and bad? No.
Yeah.
And like yourself, and I know Linda can. You can spot a fake from a mile off. And I know you can too, Linda, can't you? Hello?
I'm learning. Hi, who's this? Did somebody say hello?
Yeah, that was Susan.
Oh, forgive me. Okay.
Oh,
my wisdom. A matter of fact, go ahead.
I was just commenting on how, Linda, you can spot a fake a mile off. How you don't like hypocrisy, and I know that. So about you. So that's one of the things that I admire is you call people out, and that's good.
Wow, thank you. Thank you. I didn't know if that was going to be appreciated or not. That's very cool to hear. Thank you for the feedback.
No, well, maybe, you know, a lot of people won't because they don't like to be called out. They don't. But it's for, you know, if you just get into that, well, it's not good either.
True. That's very true.
You know, Linda, I wrote something I think you would appreciate, and Roland told me I should send it to you a long time ago. I never did.
Is it something you can read?
You had brought up, yeah, something like I can read, but you had brought up before about the United Nations Statement on Human Rights.
Yes.
Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
I was taking a spin off that,
Okay.
and I came up with human religious rights. And I wrote out my own statement on that one. You ready
If you're
for it?
comfortable reading it, yes, I would love to hear it. And then I would love it sent to me. Yes, thank you.
You have the right to question teachings. If you do not ask questions, you will be held accountable for false beliefs. If you do ask questions, it is an indication you are seeking truth, but it is not an indication that you are a heretic or an enemy. You have the right to do your own research and to continually research. If you desire but don't know where to start researching, you have the right to ask others for directions toward other resources. You have the right to disagree. Disagreement does not mean you are automatically being divisive. You have the right to break fellowship for any reason without any kind of punitive repercussion. You have the right to go on your way and still maintain fellowship with members of your former religion. You have the right to maintain friendships and familial relationships with those who have departed our religion. You have the right to think for yourself and not be pressured into conformity. You have the right to follow God as you choose, even if that decision is to be an atheist. You have the right to be treated with human dignity, regardless of age, color, religion, sexuality, or nationality. The fact remains you are a human being and should be treated with the same courtesies and respect any other human is treated with, no more and no less.
Wow. Wow. I'm tearing up. Wow.
Wow, me too. Wow, wow, wow. Hey, Chad, could you send that to Rick and I?
Yeah, I can do that.
You can send it either to me or to jwworldnews@gmail.com, whichever.
Okay, I'll send it to the JW World News.
Okay. Because it is true that everyone does. That's what free will is. God gave us free will. That means we have the right to choose. We may not choose him, but we still have the right to choose. And he's given everyone that. That's real love.
Yeah. But I thought I would make that statement because a lot of people have a misconception of what a religion should be or what a religion should not be and the type of impact it should or should not have on a person's life. And I wrote that with the hope that it could be accepted and applied universally by and for everyone.
Yeah. And things like that, poem, statement, I almost want to call it like a mission statement or motto or something. The more people that read it, it helps them. If they see something otherwise, they've read this already. Wait a minute, I do have the right to question. I do have the right to remain in fellowship with those that have left my religion or those that I knew after I left the religion. Oh my gosh, it's really beautiful. Like it's wow. Yeah, you've taken it to a whole like 15 to 16 levels higher from Article 18, freedom of religion, yet it says what the Article 18 is saying. But you've really expanded on it. Wow, that's impressive. And
Well,
it
I
means,
like it. It's
wow.
simple and concise. It's not overly wordy. I love how you wrote it. You're a very good writer, Chad.
I try to be. I try to
Now
be.
that you mentioned that, Susan,
But,
yes, Chad, that is good writing.
well, thank you. Appreciate that.
I can't wait to make one of my little videos with it. Then I get to, at the end, put your name to it. Because I make these like little videos that are like a minute or really short videos that people can take and use as however they want to, you know. And since they're so small,
Yeah.
for such a short video, it can also be put like on Google Maps or something like that, you know. People are willing to look at a video for a minute or two, but nothing real lengthy. Matter of fact, I'm doing a glossary of Jehovah's Witness lingo. And I'm finding myself putting my little 2 cents at the end of it. Of these of like the loaded language of or definitions of the words that Jehovah's Witnesses use.
Yeah.
You know,
And
that's
I
so
tell you
true,
what, that
Linda.
can
If
be
you
so
don't
helpful.
translate, people don't get it. We do have, the Jehovah's Witnesses do have their own language.
Yes.
What people must think when we go into McDonald's on Saturday and service, and we go in there and we're talking with each other, and I'm sure everyone's going, what? And if people are going to help us, they need a dictionary like yours.
Yeah. And I tell you what, if you can get that thing published, it would be a big help to Christians and pastors and anyone with Jehovah's Witness family members.
Well, it's not my wordage, so it's like I have found it and picked it out of different apostates that have put stuff out there. So but yeah, that's a good idea. Maybe I should put it out there because, yeah, I like that thought because I do believe it would be helpful.
Get it published. Yeah, get it published. Trust me.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Speaking of helping others, Daniel was supposed to speak at a church. I must have not heard the events of how that went. Do either of you know how that went?
Mm-mm.
Who was supposed to speak at a church?
Daniel. He was invited.
No, I haven't. Oh, I didn't hear about this. Oh, good for him.
Yeah, he was real excited about it. I haven't heard him mention anything. I haven't really heard from him lately, so I haven't been around much myself, so I was just wondering.
I think it's helpful.
I'm going to have. Oh, go ahead, Linda.
Go ahead. I was going to say that I think it would be very helpful to, you know, go and visit other churches and even police departments, fire departments, CPS, because I don't think that people in the world really get the dynamics of what's happening within the culture of Jehovah's Witnesses. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Right.
A matter of fact, the city I live in, this county has decided to put together this thing for when, say, people are homeless or there's something going on with them mentally and they need some help to get to maybe some other destination. And I was so thrilled to hear about this. And I was watching like a meeting for the city or something. And I heard somebody talk to this person who is part of this thing. And evidently he's been a part of it for years. And the reason I'm talking about this is because police officers, when they show up on a scene, if they're dealing with somebody, say, with mental disabilities or autistic, and first off, their job is to to pretty much, get the environment that they show up in under control. That's what they need to do.
Right.
For their safety and the safety of pedestrians, right? But then there's this other way
Right.
that those that have mental issues or whatever, under disability acts, or not, they too deserve to be treated in a certain manner that actually police department are supposed to do, but it counteracts what they're supposed to do in the first place. So getting a different realm to take care of that, I think, would really help. For instance, when Floyd was killed, he continuously said, "I am claustrophobic. Please do not put me in the back of that car." That's talking disabilities. If there was somebody that could have been called to talk in, he was cooperating. Once they put him in the back of that car, he freaked the hell out, much like somebody who is claustrophobic would. Okay? So even as they dragged him out of the car, he's like, thank you, because they took him out of a place where he couldn't breathe. Okay? And
Right.
it's not uncommon for somebody who's claustrophobic to begin to, what is that word when you feel like you can't breathe? Hyperventilate, right? So in my thoughts, in my thoughts, if he's jerking around in the back of the car once they put him back there, plus there was a plastic thing from the front seat and the back seat, so that feels even closer and tighter and smaller, right? So it doesn't surprise me that he said, "I can't breathe" on the way out of the back seat. So if somebody could have been, or somebody in the future could work with the mental issues or the disabilities or whatever, I just think it would help if it could support the police department and why they're there. And if the police department could work with whatever that team would be, I just think things could maybe end better. If that makes sense.
I remember, it does. I remember a story, I think it was like 3 years before the George Floyd thing about this little boy. He was autistic, and he got tackled by a cop because the cop thought he was trying to flee.
Absolutely.
And in reality, the kid was stimming. He was just flapping his arms and walking briskly, which he ends up walking in circles. But the cop didn't know that, thought the kid was trying to fight and flee. So the cop tackled him, and he broke the kid's wrist. And the kid said he was absolutely fine. But then it was a couple hours later, it all swelled up, and he had to go to the hospital because the officer had no idea how to treat or how to recognize the signs of someone who was autistic or had any kind of mental issues or anything like that. And that actually happens quite a bit.
I would assume so. There was my neighbors 2 doors down about 6 years ago. There was somebody else living there, and she had an autistic son, and the police showed up because somebody died in her apartment. It was natural causes. It was going to happen somewhere. Okay. She took a nap and she died. So the officer showed up, and he looked at me and he said, "What I'd like you to do is take him and to hold him tight and keep him away from everything." And I said, "Actually, he's autistic." And I began to explain to him why I wouldn't be able to hold him. And he shut me down and told me that's what he expected me to do. I looked at his mother and said, "I need to leave now. I'm sorry, sir, I need to leave now." Because I was not going to hold this child who's autistic down. I used to chase him all over the courtyard to give him a haircut, okay? I'm there with my little scissors and my comb and talking to him, and he'd stop sometimes, but then he moved. He was 4 or 5 at that time, So one time I had zipped up his jacket, and it freaked him out. So he was that kind of autism that like different textures and feelings and stuff threw him off. He would.
That's my nephew.
Okay. But what made me feel really good was, like when he would get home, he'd just drop his pants and he was like in his little Fruit of the Looms or whatever, and that's how he felt comfortable. Just get these clothes off of me. So I felt very complimented when he got to the point of when he gets to my house, he just dropped his pants and started jumping on my bed, right? So, just like a kid would do, jumpity, jumpity, jumpity. And then I would hear him say a few things every so often, like, can I turn on your radio? And I would tell him no. But it was very rare that he would do a whole sentence, so that was like huge, right? But yeah, so this officer, obviously, even after I mentioned he was autistic, didn't want to hear what I had to say. He needed things to be under control, and I just told myself, I have to get the hell away from this man because he's the authority and he's pissing me off. just like, move now before I give him a real piece of my mind. And he didn't need that, and I didn't need that. So, and he didn't tell me to come back and do what he asked me to do. So that was good.
Yeah, and I mean, like, if that was me and you said he's autistic, even if I knew nothing about it, I would be like, I have no idea what that means. I just don't want the kid to have to see this. Is there any way you can help me with that?
Yeah.
And if he'd have handled that, it would have been a totally different story, I bet.
Totally. I would say, you know what? I could bring him to my place with the dog, and we could listen to music. I would be able to come up with something, because he's comfortable enough at my place. He's comfortable enough with me. He used to hang out with me. So, yeah, thank you for saying that. If that would have been said, that's exactly where my head would have went.
Yeah. It's all about de-escalation. And I was talking with
de-escalation is the key.
And I complimented him on the amount of training that British police officers have, because I watched a video and it was like an 1.5-hour long documentary about everything someone has to do before they become an official officer with the police departments in England.
Mm-hmm.
And they basically have 2 years of training where they are living at the facility they're being trained at. It's 2 years of physical training and book training. And I was shocked, and I sent him, my local police department had put out an ad. They wanted a new police officer. And all the requirements was that you had to pass a physical training test. You had to be over the age of 18, have a valid driver's license, a valid firearm owner ID card, and never have any felony convictions on your record. No mention of training, no mention of education. And I told him, I said, the reason that is because the city I live in, they do not require you to have any kind of legal training whatsoever.
Do they train you once they recruit you?
They give you 1 year of on-the-job training.
Oh, okay, kind of like an apprentice, okay, or shadowing. Huh, okay.
Yeah. And with other departments, that's the final step in other parts of this country.
I see.
Not here. That's why a lot of police officers I have seen, they've come through this town, they have been here for 1 year, and then they have been transferred to other departments. Why? because they can get certified by doing their 1 year here versus having to go to school and get their 2-year degree in criminology and criminal justice and then go through a police academy. It's easier just to come to Streeter, put in 1 year, and then get a job somewhere else.
Wow.
So,
Wow.
yeah.
I mean, wow. Yeah. When I was looking up the, Disabilities Act, once a person is in custody of an officer, that officer is responsible for what happens to you from then on. And, so these are things that people don't know, and I didn't know until I looked it up. But again, like I said, I think that police officers are given too much responsibility and responsibilities that counteract the other ones, so it's how can they do both at the same time? How can they de-escalate yet take control of the situation, which is a presence that's important. It is important to have once showing up on a quote unquote scene. I mean, from what I've heard, some of the most dangerous situations that they show up in are domestic violence cases. It should not be like this, right? It should be like, y'all fighting and gonna make up? Okay, good. The authority has showed up to inspect the situation, and Joe, do I have to come out here again tonight? Just shouldn't be like, what do you mean, officer down? What do you mean she came with a knife? It gets crazy, And it should should not be that way for officers. I mean, to me, there's these, I think to myself, there's certain people that have this personality that go to situations when there are emergencies, and it's in them to do that. I, on the other hand, am not one of those people. And knowing that there are people like that out there, I'm in awe and respect them. I have great respect for them, because I'm running the other way, because I'm Sissy Lala. Me and my artsy fartsy self don't run to tragedy. I stand back and go, what a shame. Let's try to create a mural about it, okay? So we'll never forget this. This is the way I think, Oh my goodness. So it's a lot for people that are of that mentality, for them to have to go through things. They really risk their lives, but it's actually in them to do that. Like people that join the service because they really want to serve, never been me. Never.
Yeah.
But there are personalities out there that do it. But I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say there was a cop here in town. It was his last day of vacation. He was on his way home, and he saw someone stranded on the side of the road. He pulled over to help him, and he got smacked by a semi, died. He was the best cop we had in town. He was a friend of mine. He was trying to convince me to become a cop here in town because he said I was the only person he knew that had the right temperament for it.
And your presence even would calm a situation, actually. Some people's presence can do that, and I think yours would. What a compliment.
Yeah. But, yeah, because he saw how I handled, like I would bump into kids who were runaway, stuff like that. He saw how I would handle them. I was very gentle but strong, supportive, and understanding yet firm. And he flat out told me, he's like, none of the cops in this town, he's like, when I retire, he's like, as great as some of our guys are, they're just not made for the job. He said, you are a nice person who helps and has a strong sense of duty. We need someone like you on the floor. And I told him, I said, Rob, I would get called to a domestic dispute, find out it's a kid, see a kid with a black eye or a bloody lip, and I would snap on the dad.
Okay. Yep. You know that about yourself. Yeah. What?
He said, so are you going to fill out the application then?
Oh my goodness, that's funny. Yeah, that would be tough to have to deal with. Yeah.
Yeah.
So people in service, you know, nurses and stuff like that. I mean, I think we need to be very thankful for them. Yet I know that there's too much responsibility put on some people, some of the industry that are of service. So,
Yeah.
okay, that where I was going with this is educating certain people or churches or whatever about this is really what the Jehovah's Witnesses, this is their mindset. So when you're dealing with them, this is what you're dealing with. You know, common sense. You expect them to have common sense? Let me tell you the alternate reality that they live in, okay? You, my friend, are of the devil. Let's start there. So not only are they scared crapless of you, but they're taught to hate God's enemy, which is who you are. So know that you're walking into that and go from there, you know, that kind of thing. So that they have an idea of what they might be combating, you know?
Yeah. There's a video on YouTube, and I saved it to my phone, and it's basically this Christian guy in California. I guess there's some big meeting with the Jehovah's Witnesses out there. Well, he shows up, and he's just placing some tracts, some gospel tracts around the area where they all sit around between meetings and eat and whatever else. And this Jehovah's Witness is out walking his dog or something, and he goes over and starts yelling at the guy, screaming at him, starts threatening him, and then ends up attacking the guy. And the police end up getting called, and the Jehovah's Witness wanted the guy arrested because he didn't like his presence in a public park. And he thought he was an enemy. He told the police he's an enemy of God and he needs to be arrested. And you need to take him away from here. Because we're having meetings in this area.
Oh my goodness, okay. Yeah, see, that's the mentality. It seems so outlandish and out of touch. Wow, okay. Oh my, wow. It's like I'm going, oh my, but at the same time I'm like, yep, that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what could have happened. Yeah. You know, and yeah. Wow. That sounds about right.
Yep.
And let's mention too that recently, as a matter of fact, I believe it was from this summer's symposium, convention, whatever we call it anymore. Brother Splain from the governing body literally said, he talked about opposers and apostates, and literally said, we are at war.
Yeah.
Okay? Whoa. What do you mean we're at war? And what do you mean that infants are enemies of God? That's the recent one. The things that are coming out of their mouth lately is just like, oh, whoa, what? It's odd.
Yeah,
creepy.
They're drinking their own Kool-Aid.
It's weird, yeah. Very, yeah, it's very, I hear you. I hear you. So there's
the channel, X JW Caleb.
Yes. Yes.
Love that channel.
Is it not the best? The guy sounds like
It is.
he might be a teenager, but he's probably in his 30s, and his stuff is amazing. There's this one scene where these three people are at a bar.
It does look like a grown-up Caleb.
Yeah, yeah. So three people are at a bar. And so Caleb, the regular Caleb, is at the bar. And then there's two other people. So Dex, which is somebody that I can recognize from other videos, she plays one of the ladies. And then there's another lady. And I think it's this atheist guy that looks Indian from India. This one atheist guy, I can't think of his name. So I recognized his voice. So they sat down to do this. And as they're talking back and forth, it was just great stuff. Like they would listen to a little bit of something and then give their feedback. And it was pretty good. But yeah, I've definitely been enjoying that channel. Matter of fact,
I recommend it to everyone.
Yeah, it's pretty good. ex-JW Curious, I've had him as a guest on the show quite a few times.
Right.
I see this other channel called ex-JW Furious with an F. I'm thinking, nah, nah. And that person is doing videos where he's pretty much putting words on the screen, which is what JW Curious's last video did. So JW Furious, I'm like, that's got to be him. That's got to be Pete. And Pete has since denied it. Okay. So I don't know who JW Furious is, but as I was listening or reading what he wrote out, even the comments that he gives to the people that make comments under his videos sounds like Pete. But Pete said that that's not him. And the Pete that I've come to know and love would definitely admit that he's doing it and laugh hysterically. He would be proud. He would be proud to admit he's doing this, So I'm thinking, So I don't know who the ex-JW Furious person is. But that's kind of a new channel. Yeah.
Yeah. There's definitely a lot of good ones that are popping up. A lot of creative ones.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and
you
Jehovah's
heard earlier about Lori McGregor, right?
Yes. Yes. I'm impressed you know who this is. I'm impressed. You've done your homework, dude. She's old school. She's old school, and
Oh yeah.
her voice was a very distinctive, nurturing and caring, and when she would speak about, it would be her style was kind of apologetics. So she would talk about how it could be as a Christian, and it was very positive sounding, very like, isn't this going to be wonderful?
Yeah.
She was very good at what she did. Beautiful woman too. Wow.
She was.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you what, I made that. I don't know if you heard. I made a folder, put it in my Google Drive, and it's full of like 30 or 40 of her talks. And it's got
Okay.
chapter that she wrote. It's got the series of episodes where she was the only guest on the John Ankerberg show. They were exposing JWs. Put that video in there. That's like 2.5 hours long. And then the two movies she did, The Witness Goes Out and The Witness at Your Door.
Witness at Your Door. Okay. Yeah, someone who's leaving their...
Sharing it.
Oh, that's beautiful.
But sorry. I've been hogging up the phone the whole night.
That's okay. I'm enjoying talking with you and enjoying hearing the things you're sharing. It's been kind of cool.
I usually have to get up early on Sunday, so I have to go to bed early on Saturday. So I never get to talk to you.
Oh, okay. I'm glad you joined me here. I'm needing to do some live streams or something on my own channel to start being able to share things on my channel because I've neglected it. And if you don't mind, maybe I can have you as a guest and as I'm learning. This would be so helpful.
There you go.
And you have a lot to share.
Sharing information with me because I've been wanting to do the same thing.
Right on. Okay, let's do this. Whatever. Let's learn together. I'm looking at I believe the same thing Rick uses, which is the one with the dot, something stream. I can't think of it right now. I'll tell you why, because I'm hungry and my neurons are starting to not connect. I want to say live stream, but that's not it. And it's not, you know what it is.
I'm trying to think of the name. I'm Googling it now.
Okay, cool.
It's something dog. So, was it Dog Yard?
StreamYard.
StreamYard.
Thank you, Susan.
StreamYard.
StreamYard, yes.
Yes, it's me. No, I'm in and out. I just talked with Rick and to let you know that there's 22 people listening to you right now. It's not just the two of you. So I think that's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, it shows here that there's 14 on YouTube, and it was 18 earlier. When I first showed up, there was 11. So, you know, sometimes people will just kind of set the phone down and listen because it's enjoyable to listen to other people's conversations and where the conversation will go and stuff. I like doing that.
Facebook, the phone line. Monitoring Facebook, phone lines, and YouTube. He's got all the various.
Thank you, Rick.
Other little platforms too, Rumble, so forth. So yeah. So between all of, there's 22 people listening.
Right on. I do too, and I'm really glad you guys are here with us tonight. It actually means a lot to me. It means a lot to me.
Well, you're worth supporting, Linda, because you do a very good work. People will say things and want to speak up at night when they would normally, and especially those females that are trying to leave. They can't listen to this during the day.
That's right.
If anyone catches them, they're in trouble. And it's hard. It's like you call them Uncle Joe and Auntie Fran. It's hard for them. You know, during the day, people are watching them constantly. Their kids are watching them. And if they have kids living with them, they can only do this late at night.
Good point, yeah.
That's how it starts.
And then, you know, different people come on from, you know, like JW Suicides, and usually Brad is on, and he was actually on in the chat earlier of YouTube. So he's in Australia, you know, JW Suicides in London or the UK somewhere. So there's people that are part of this XJW community that this is their time that they're awake, you know. So definitely, and I love the fact that these YouTube lives, what is it called again? Something stream. Anyways, StreamYard. Okay, a yard stream, and the duck must be in the yard because we're gonna stream. I'm trying to do a word association. Yeah. StreamYard. So, yeah, I would like that, Chad, for us to kind of practice and even bring, like, figure out how to do bring in some info to show on the screen and stuff like that. That would be cool. That would be very cool.
I could not do that, but you definitely could.
Say that again, what?
I'm afraid my technological days are behind me, so you'd have to be the one putting the stuff on the screen. I could not do that.
Oh, wow, okay. Okay. And
You know, just off the top of my head, Chad, that I did all that folder for Lori McGregor, and I think I mentioned before I met her personally. She's just amazing. What a woman! What she's been through in her life. So that ex-husband of hers was unbelievable. But if you could put together like a short 5-minute little thing to like as a memorial for her, one of these coming weeks, that would be really nice. Because as Linda said, she should be remembered. She did make a footprint. She's one of the first, really, major people that started doing this, and she's worth remembering. All she did was quality stuff, and I think if people knew of her existence, they'd go and look up more of her things that she did, like her 2 little movies and her different discourses. I think that'd be good. Yeah, if it's something like that interests you.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find a decent editing program, and I'll see what I can throw together.
Ken Master. There's something called Ken Master. From
figure it out.
Google Play. Yeah, she was Ken Master with a K, Ken Master. And you know what? You know how when you look through Google Play, I have an Android, so I use Google Play to get apps and stuff. If you see a few different video apps and you don't know what they're going to be like, take the name of this Google app that might seem interesting to you, go on YouTube, put that name in there, and see if they have like videos of people giving their experience using it. And then usually they have educational videos like how to make it work, and these are the features, because it promotes that app.
That's a good
and
idea.
It would give you a better and quicker result because otherwise you're just going to need to download it, use it for a while, and decide whether you dig it or not. But Ken Master, I've always been very pleased with Ken Master. Yeah.
I'll have to check it out. I tell you what, though, the mold was broken when she was made. There's never going to be another warrior like her. And like I said earlier, if we look at the XJW community as an army, she would be the general. She really.
Okay. I don't know about everything she went through. Susan, do you have something you can share? Because you were saying she went through a lot. Like, do you have anything off the top of your head?
One of the biggest slaps in her face is she did all this information. And it was getting, when you start being known and you start producing all this information, you need help. So this ex-Jehovah's Witness couple said that they would help her. Well, this was a mistake. And she signed a document allowing them ownership, whatever, of what she had done. All that material that you're looking at now is not hers. She didn't realize that this witness couple was trying to rip her off, and she signed over all those videos to them. And she lost the rights to them. Isn't that evil? In our community, sometimes what people do, they were rotten witnesses and they're rotten ex-Jehovah's Witnesses. I'm sorry.
I'm really glad you said
that. Was the big.
I'm really glad you said this. I'm really glad you said this because not everybody that comes into this XJW community are on the kind side. If they were bad JWs or predator GWs, they're going to be predator.
They're not angels.
Yeah.
No. So she suffered financially, and then she'd grow up.
She'd grow. Okay. So I think she got cut off. Are you still there, Chad? If you called in through the phone line, yeah, the phone cut off. That's what happened. It'll happen about every 5 or 6 hours. And then they just dial it back in. Yeah.
Welcome into the live 6 Screens conference calls. We thank you for joining in. To speak up and talk, press *6 on your telephone. When you are done talking, press *6 to mute yourself. Remember, when you are unmuted, your phone is a microphone and picks up on all noises in the background. We hope you enjoy the programs tonight. You will now be placed into the conference.
If you are the host, please enter your PIN followed by the pound or hash. Thank you. There are 8 participants in the conference. Recording did not start because your storage is full. Please log in and delete recordings or purchase more storage from your account.
To the food in the icebox and to cook, and they never cleaned up after themselves. They would use her washer and dryer to do their laundry, to use up all her detergent and stuff. And then they had asked her husband if they could get some stuff out of the garden, and he said, yeah. They picked her garden completely empty. And when she got home, the only thing was some laundry baskets that had some dirt in them, because they had dumped clothes out of the basket.
Wow.
That was her last straw.
These former witnesses had stole her business. The Canadian government subsidized her after she got rid of her ex-husband and she married Keith McGregor. He was a wonderful guy, by the way. They were just this couple is the couple you dream to be. Really, that's what God gave her after she left. Her so-called Christian husband, and the Canadian government subsidized her. Where all of a sudden the laws changed and they weren't going to subsidize anymore. So now she lost the rights to all the stuff she did. The Canadian government is no longer subsidizing her. And she again, after all that, she was left holding the bag again. But she pulled herself up. This woman is just unbelievably brave and smart and does not give up. And she spent 2 hours with me. I couldn't believe it. I was just new out Jehovah's Witnesses, and I was at the Witnesses Now for Jesus. Rick and I were newlyweds, and she spent 2 hours with me. She was talking to me.
That's beautiful.
Having talk. And I felt so honored. I thought, Lord, McGregor's talking to me? I mean, I'm a nobody. So, yeah, she was really special. She made you feel like you were part of the family.
Yes.
She was so welcoming. If I could imitate her personality, I'd be her. If I could pick one. That's how much I respected that woman.
I call that, I want to be like so-and-so when I grow up. Like, you want to aspire to be like their characters in certain ways. I think what impressed me about her, especially being a woman, is she carried herself well. She had done her homework. She knew what she was talking about. And within the organization that we came from, women don't do that teaching thing, right? And she looked so comfortable in that position and did it well. She knew a strength of hers and used it very well. Yeah.
Yes. And she was.
That's why it would be good to remember her. It would be good not to let not to let what she's done die, because she worked so hard at it and she overcame so darn much. So it would really be good to just have a little Lori, a little tribute to Lori.
Yeah, I'll try to put something together over the next week or two and see what I can do, because, like I said, she had a real big impact on me when I was just getting into Jehovah's Witnesses, starting to specialize in Jehovah's Witnesses. She had a huge impact on me, her and Stepmother. And, I did not know that she had her ministry swindled out from underneath her. I had no idea about that. So that MM Outreach website, where McGregor Ministries, whatever it was, that was not her at the end.
It was her, but they just put like their stamp, their name on it. Even though she did it, everything is that in those videos is true. Does not belong to her. It's just like Michael Jackson. He writes a song, and he gave away a lot of the rights to his songs, so they're no longer his. And the person who bought the rights can do whatever they want with them. They can burn them. They can advertise them across the universe. They can do whatever they want with them. They're theirs. It's their property, not hers.
Mm. Lack of experience really sets us up to be without wisdom and to easily fall prey to this kind of stuff.
Well, it's the same thing that sometimes YouTube does. In order to be on YouTube and do what Rick did, has the channel, you have to sign this little document. Even though it's electronic signature, it's still considered valid. And they give you like a 37-page agreement. Well, they know you're not going to read those 37 pages. Who would? And all that. You need to hire a lawyer just to wade through that comb of information. So
who is they?
He found when they gave strikes against him, they were perfectly in their right and purview to do so, because Rick had signed the guidelines. And he went back, buyer's remorse, and yep. So he had to be banned for a couple weeks.
Yeah, in fact, this is Rick now. You guys can.
Hi, Rick.
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
I hear what's going on. Yeah, but I wanted to weigh in too on Laurie, and of course I did her as well, from the Witnesses Now for Jesus. And Susan's right. Basically, from what I understand, these were her best friends. They used to go to the Witnesses Now for Jesus too, and they were working along with Laurie, and they did really scam her big time. But what really hurt Laurie too is back in 2013, somewhere right around there, the Canadian government was actually helping people, exposing, not really helping them expose, but she was considered a regular ministry in Canada. And under that position, we're going to connect. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, for fine, Rick.
Yeah, no, I'm hearing it coming out of the speaker here. But anyways, I'll try to get through this. But anyways, around 2013, the Canadian government changed their position. They were giving Laurie $10,000 a year. And that really was a big chunk of change. I mean, rolling back even then, and it helped her a lot with the ministry to put a lot of these things together that she did. But in 2013, 2012, the Canadian government said, no, we're no longer going to subsidize anyone that's speaking up against another religion. And I mean, that's what her whole ministry was. She was exposing the Jehovah's Witnesses. Yeah, she was exposing the Jehovah's Witnesses. So they pulled the $10,000 from her and said, no, if you're going to speak about the witnesses, we're not going to give you the money. So, I mean, that was really a shot, too. I mean, she was really, counting on that from the government. But they said, no, it's considered the hatred when you speak up against other religions like that. But I mean, so then she came back and she said, well, I remember her telling me, wouldn't that also apply to the Jehovah's Witnesses? They don't like anyone that's left the Watchtower. They're showing hatred toward them. But, it only went one way and wasn't in her favor. But, the Watchtower, of course, they just slid out the back door, and they're still getting subsidized by the country of Canada. It's sickening, isn't it?
Rip off.
Yeah.
It is. It is.
But her husband, he was a really nice man. I believe he's still alive. I don't know for sure, but Keith was his name, and it is his name today as well. But he was a very humble man, and I can kind of tell that Laurie wore the pants in the family. She was the general. You're right. She was, but he was so humble and kind. It was absolutely unbelievable. And they traveled out to Canada, and to go to the Witnesses for Jesus. I started going in 2004, and I went every year up until 2014. And what happened is the Witnesses now for Jesus, Joan Sedna was getting older. And of course, Bill, her husband, died. So Joan was running this. And that's a lot of work for a person to put together.
Yeah.
And Joan was getting older and couldn't do it. So what they did is they were looking for someone to take it over. As a matter of fact, I came pretty close myself for taking that convention over, but I just couldn't do it. At the time, I had my former wife. She wasn't doing good health-wise, and I just couldn't do it. And I was running the 6 screens. We just got that started, so it would have been too much to handle. But they brought the 4 people in, and Joan was doing it herself, but 4 people came in. They set up like a little board of directors type thing. And so they took the Witnesses for Jesus over. But they changed it all. It became very charismatic. And, I was impressed when I first went there in 2004. It was like really middle of the road Christianity. They weren't, Bible thumping in your face, none of that stuff, none of this laying hands on people and healing people and none of that stuff. But after Joan turned it over to these other people, it really started leaning toward very charismatic. And in fact, I was kind of even embarrassed that the first time Susan and I got married in 2014. So I said, Susan, let's go down to the Witnesses Now for Jesus convention. And so we went down there and it changed. It just wasn't the same. And on Saturday night, they started calling people up to the stage to be healed. And, I'm thinking the first time that I went there in 2004, it was like nominal Christianity. It was like middle of the road. And, a witness could walk in and they'd feel a little awkward, which we did when I first went there because I was a card-carrying witness. But if I went there for the first time in 2014, there's no way I would have stayed. As soon as they started calling people up to be healed on the stage, and we're going to pray for you and get you better, I would have left. See, the Witnesses, it takes a lot out of them to go to a church for the first time. And in 2004, when I first started going to the Witnesses Now for Jesus convention, it was at a Christian retreat center way out in the middle of the boondocks in Pennsylvania. And, it was scary enough back then. But, and I'll tell you what, when I first went there in 2004, there were close to 300 people there. I mean, it was like packed. And it was unbelievable. I was so thrilled to even be there and talk to all these ex-witnesses. And all of them became Christian people. And they all had different denominations, obviously. And so there was a mixture. There was a mixture of Christianity. And sometimes, people would get, argumentative about certain issues in certain things they do in their church versus others, but it was pretty much under control. But what happened is, as the movement went more charismatic, the numbers went way down. And in 2014, which was the last time that Susan and I went there, I would say there wasn't any more than 50 people there, huh, Susan?
At best.
Yeah.
What helped was like bus of people from the Baptist church that came to learn about talking to witnesses. That's what kind of made the numbers swell. Remember?
Yeah.
And Anne Marie went with us. We invited Anne Marie. We paid for her to come out, and then that guy from England. What was Ray? His name was Ray. Yeah, he came with us. So we brought some people with us too. So
yeah, no.
Anne Marie can confirm whatever we're saying.
Oh yeah, well that was Anne Marie. She loved that, and so we had a good time. It was good. I'm not complaining. Just explaining about it all, and it was good. But the Witnesses Now for Jesus conventions today, and then they kind of spun off, and they still use the same name, but it's nothing like the Witnesses Now for Jesus when Setna was running it. And now they have them, pretty much. There's one in Missouri, there's one in California, but the one in California just didn't do it. As a matter of fact, the last time around, it did. I don't believe anybody even showed up. Just a handful of people. I think it was canceled because of that. But it's a shame. It's a shame that it couldn't have continued on, because it really was a nice venue. And, it'd be nice to see something like that be revived again. But what's happening today, and Susan and I discussed this as well, Christianity covers a wide spectrum. I mean, you can go all the way from the far right, to people handling snakes and, saying that they're not going to bite you. And they still do that. Some sects of Christianity still do that, especially down in Appalachia. Now, you can go from the far right all the way to the end of the spectrum to the far left. And of course, on the far left, you'll see Christianity. Well, it becomes more like a universal acceptance thing. Everybody is going to be saved, so to speak. But you try to be a moderate. You try to be in the middle. But middle of the road Christianity seems to be disappearing. I mean, I'm not beating up on all the Christians, but that's where I would think a person would want to be. Because what happens is,
Right.
What happens if a person becomes too preachy? And I knew a person like this that left the Jehovah's Witnesses, and everything was about Jesus. He's going to save you, and everything in your life is a blessing. And it is that. I'm not saying it's not, but, I'm going to tell you what, when you become a Christian, it doesn't necessarily mean that life is going to get better for you. Jesus said that you would have to carry the cross as well. And carrying that cross can be a difficult challenge. And I see that's with Laurie McGregor, too. She experienced that. But if middle of the road, and Laurie was middle of the road. Getting back to her again, Laurie was middle of the road. Setna was middle of the road. Most of the people were. But see, what happens in all avenues of Christianity, and I remember we had a little upper room ministry when we first started. That was even before we did the 6 screens. And my former wife and I, we actually started a house church, and we got up to like 23 people, and it was growing. And we were really excited about it. We felt so good, and we had people coming up on Sunday. Some of them were even Jehovah's Witnesses, if you can believe that. They go to the meeting in the morning, then they come up to our little upper room ministry house in the afternoon, and we'd all sit there. We had a little sermon that I would give. Then we'd all sit around and discuss spiritual matters. It was a wonderful arrangement. But I can remember we had one man coming, and he says, Rick, he says, you got a nice group here. He says, and it's really wonderful. This is really great Christianity. But he says, you know what happens? He says, as you start to grow, he says, all of a sudden, the wolves start coming in. And that's what happens. That's what happens in a lot of Christian religions and denominations. And that's going on right now. the wolves are coming in. The wolves are coming in and they're devouring the sheep. And you have an oddball mixture of Christianity today. Susan and I, a couple years ago, right around Halloween time, right now, it was actually even a church about a couple miles from where we live. And I couldn't believe it. They had big banners and big signs out front. They had a fun house. They had a fun house in the church. And we're looking at that, and scary pumpkins and ghosts and ghouls and spider webs. This is in the church. Come into the fun house. Now I'm not going to rat on the church here, but I don't.
Let me tell you. I know it sounds really wrong, but I used to take my kids to one of those places, and it was usually a bigger church. Okay. And so I would be there with them, and it was another alternative where I knew that, like, they weren't going to get poison candy, but they were going to be able to play. They were going to be able to play. But before you walk in, it could look very ghoulish, There would be they would make hot dogs and nachos. So in other words, the church would gather together to have this event. And of course, it could be turn the neighborhood on to their church too. But usually it was a very large church that would put that on as a real, look, isn't this a better alternative than going to strangers' houses and, like that. So I'm just speaking up because I've had experience from it, and so far they were very nice ones that I went to. So yeah, there's that info.
Oh yeah, no, I wouldn't say that, it couldn't have been a fun event, but it seems like it's odd. It just was odd,
right?
That they would mix, Halloween. I mean, you can go where you want with it, but when you're gonna have it in a church with ghouls and creepy looking skeletons and demons and all this stuff, I hope I'm not leaning too far to the right here.
Well, the ones I went to didn't have that much of a scariness to it. Otherwise, I would have screamed and yelled and ran away because I have this thing called a panic disorder, and I never watch horror films. So I wouldn't have even made it inside either. But I'm just talking about the ones that I found and went to, and I really enjoyed them. Then I went to another church, and they said, we're going to have a All Saints Day, meaning we're going to dress up as saints, people from the Bible. I was like one of the only white people in this church, and I did makeup on my face, with like a beard and mustache and everything, and then I put on this T-shirt that said Jesus Freak. Like, that was my costume. Nobody recognized me. I just I'm like, but I'm the only white person here. I tried to talk my son into wearing the rainbow wig. All he had to do is hold the sign that said John 3:16. He refused to do it, and now I'm glad, because I actually looked into that guy, and it's not too good. But anyways, please go on. Yeah, please go on, Rick. I'm sorry.
Well, no, that's fine. But that's what happened to the Witnesses Now for Jesus. But that's when I think of the Witnesses Now for Jesus, of course, I think of people like Laurie McGregor, and I think of I tell you, they had some pretty heavy hitters down there. And I'll tell you, that's where I met Jay Hess. That's where I met Jay Hess back in 2004 as well. And it was really neat. You would go in there in the beginning, and we were all scared to death to go. I mean, I wasn't that much, and my wife wasn't either, former wife, Inez. But we brought a couple with us. Now, I was of the anointed class, and Inez was of the anointed class, and this other fellow that went with us was of the anointed class. His wife wasn't. But I remember it's like 310 miles from where I live here in Massachusetts. And we drove down, and it's really way out in Nowhereville. I mean, there's nothing out there at all. And so anyways, we got out there. It was a rainy night, and it's a strange place. It was a Christian resort center where, Christians go and they have like a retreat. And, they just go and they have talks, and they can just spend a good weekend in the mountains of Pennsylvania. So I never really been to a Christian retreat. Obviously, I was still a card-carrying Jehovah's Witness. Had no idea what a retreat was, but it was something else. When we first got there, we drove up. There was a big cross on the building, and we got there. It was 10 o'clock at night, so we're all tired after traveling, you know. So it's 10 o'clock at night. So we get there, and the woman that we brought with us, the wife of the man that was with us, she was so afraid. Oh, Rick, there's a cross on the building. I said, I see the cross. I see the cross. I was hoping it wasn't that big, but it was. So she says, look at it. It's a cross. We can't go in there. I says, well, just calm down. I said, just calm down. I says, your husband and I will go in, check it out. But if we feel any demonic activity, we're going to leave, you know? So, geez, we walked in, her husband and I walked in, and boy, we were being love bombed. It was just like walking into a Kingdom Hall. Everyone's coming up to us. They didn't know who we were. We were dressed up. I had a suit on, and the other man had a suit on too, because we didn't know what time we were going to get there. So we were kind of dressed for the occasion. But, you know, we see people setting up tables, and that's where I met Laurie McGregor and Keith, and they were setting a table up and putting all their literature and their videos. And, you know, I never knew these people. I know them now, but then I had no idea who these people were. And I saw them all setting up like little tables with cult books and cult brochures and all of this. And there was even a table there. There was a man wearing a suit. His name was Wilbur Lingual. He's actually written a number of books on how to witness to a Jehovah's Witness, but he had Watchtower literature. So he's setting up a table with all the Insight book and the Truth books and all of this. And I was thinking that the Watchtower actually had a booth there. It was really confusing to me. It really was. It was like I couldn't really understand what was going on. So I started talking to a few people, and they didn't know who we were. So we got into the room. It's like little cottages where you stay. And the weirdest thing about it, not picking on the place too much, but you would have to, what you had to do is you had to bring your own sheets, or you had to rent sheets. And I thought that was weird. And, you know, here it is 10 o'clock.
And towels.
And towels, too. You had to rent towels. But, you know, this is like a regular retreat, like a motel. And, you know, normally you'd go and then, you know, the beds would be at least made, or there'd be sheets on the bed. You can make it yourself. But you had to, you know, bring your own sheets or rent sheets. So, you know, here it is 10 o'clock at night. By the time we get done talking to everybody, it's like 11:30. Who feels like going and start making beds when you're dead tired after traveling 300 miles, right? So anyways, the next morning, so on Friday morning, that was Thursday night. So on Friday morning was a 3-day convention, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And so on Friday morning, we went in, there was at least 250 people easy in the room. And that's where I met so many people. And what they do when you first go in there, they would pass the microphone around from 9 o'clock till 12 o'clock. And everyone had a chance to give their little story on where they're from and who they are and what they're doing in the ministries and all of this. And there was a lot of counter-cult ministries there. That's basically, it was like a breeding ground for counter-cult ministries. And people would actually go there and want to start and they'd learn on how to do a counter-cult ministry. And that's where I first met Laurie, as I say, and she was really fantastic speaker and got up there and talked all about this, and we all learned an awful lot. But in the morning session, as they passed the mic around, the people I were with, they didn't want to talk, and we were sitting in the back row. And you know, I'm thinking, well, maybe they might not have time to even get to us. And so we'll just see what happens. But, you know, people would do their little spiel, talk for about 3, 4, 5, 10 minutes, and then they pass it to the next person. And so it's getting close now, but the time is also getting close. So it's about 10 minutes at 12. And yep, sure enough, the mic comes, and the four of us are sitting there, me, my former wife, and the man I went down with and his wife. And so the microphone came to them. They wouldn't touch it. I said, give me the microphone. I'll talk. So I said that we came down here to Pennsylvania. I says, we are card-carrying Jehovah's Witnesses. The people later thought that the man and myself were high officials with the Watchtower, and we were down there spying on them. So that's what they thought. But we were all kind of, really, a little afraid. I didn't know what to say. So when the microphone came, the people I were with, they just passed it to me. So I said, we're card carrying witnesses. We're very concerned Jehovah's Witnesses. There's a lot of doctrinal change. The Watchtower is hiding a lot of secrets that people have no idea about. And we heard about this convention and want to come down here and check it out. So they said, well, sir, and that's what they would call me. Now they call me Rick, of course, because they got to know me. So they said, well, could you come up on the stage and speak? Oh, my goodness. I didn't know what to do. So they invited me up on the stage and they said, we want everyone to hear what you have to say. So I got up on the stage and I told them again that we were just concerned Jehovah's Witnesses and there's big changes and there's a lot of people starting to see it. And we just wanted to come here and meet with other people and get their feelings on all of this. And boy, I'll tell you, they treated us like, geez, we were royalty. I'm serious. They were all so nice to us. And I'll tell you, it was sad even leaving the first time. But we had a really good time there. That's where we met Jay Hess, like I say. And, I was still learning. When I was in the Jehovah's Witness religion, of course, I started partaking. And I felt that was the real hope, reading the Bible and trying to understand it, even as being a witness. And if you're trying to understand things through the New World Translation, you can still get it, but you're better off getting another Bible, which I got, an NASB, New American Standard. And I started reading that and talking with my former wife, and we realized that, boy, oh boy, you have to be a partaker. You have to take of the emblems if you're going to be saved. You must drink that blood, so to speak. Not literally, but of course symbolically. But anyways, that's the feeling that my former wife and I had, and that's the feeling all Christians have. It's nothing special, but in the witness world, they make a big deal about the whole thing. So we realized that, hey, this is not the real truth and not teaching the Bible. So we left basically on that reason. And when you stop and think about it, I asked Joan Setner, who was running the convention, how many people leave on the basis of theological teaching? And she says, Rick, very, very few. She says they don't leave because of the false teaching. She says her and her husband did. And she says it's very few of the people who come to the witnesses now for Jesus. She says most people leave because of the secrets, the pedophilia. They leave because of no love being shown in the organization. So the thing that Jesus taught me, and till this day, I'm very, very thankful. He taught me that the Watchtower is a false organization and they have to be exposed. And that's how we basically started doing what we do, exposing the Jehovah's Witnesses. And I'm glad to see there's more and more people, as you guys were mentioning, that are exposing them. Now, the thing is, it would be good, and I try so hard to get people to come in and listen to our programs on Sunday. And it's a task and a half. And we've been doing the Sunday programming even longer than we've been doing the Saturday programming. But we're getting more and more starting to come in now. We get some new programs coming up on November 20th. We've got two new programs on the 20th, and then 2 weeks later, we get another new program. So we got 3 new programs starting. And we're trying to cross over to the Christian world. And I think that's how we're going to get more people to come in on Sundays, is be able to not just speak about Jehovah's Witnesses, but talk about, get into the Christian world and be able to expose all false religions. Yep.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah,
Thank you for sharing that. Thank you.
a mouthful.
Yeah, no, it is.
That's awesome.
There's a lot to talk about. There's really a lot to talk about when it comes to that. I never really realized how many witnesses, when they leave, I'm not going to say, now you got to become a Christian. You got to be a Bible thumping guy like that. I'm not. But what I do find is people have been so spiritually abused. Geez, I mean, they have been literally taken over the hurdles by this organization. And many, many people that I've talked to on the program here in 16 years, some of them have left and they become so worldly, to use that term. I'm not using it in the total derogatory sense that the Watchtower uses it, but they do become very worldly, and they it's like the cat got out of the house. And man, I'll tell you, these people get into some pretty bizarre stuff. And but what happens is, after a while they realize, man, I did believe in God at one time. I used to be a Jehovah's Witness. I mean, that's why I was a Jehovah's Witness. I wanted to learn about God. I wasn't there for a social club, but some people are, I'm sure. But I was there because I really wanted to learn about God, and I thought the Watchtower could be the ones that could help me with that. But come to find out, they're not. They sound good. They talk a good game. Sounds pretty good to everybody, but it's not. And see, they'll pull the wool over people's eyes. But what I find is, it takes people a long time. And in fact, some people 20, 30 years before they reconnect with Christianity, or at least want to find God again in their life. And because the Watchtower messed it up so badly. And, and people can go where they want. Some people, if they just don't want to believe in God, that's okay too. But there's only two roads. There's only two roads you can get on. You can get on a road that says good things. There's a sign that says good things come about by getting on this road. Or you can get on the other road that says bad things come about from getting on this road. What road do you want to get on, when you think about it? So it's only two choices. And if a person chooses the other road, then so be it. I'm not going to beat them up. I'm not going to throw stones and hit them with sticks. Everyone has the right to believe what they want. But I'm glad I have a contract with Jesus. I'm glad I have a contract with Jesus. And that's why I want people to know. If you have a contract with Jesus, your life can be a little more wholesome, could you say? Well, even take it to another level. It can iron the bumps out on the road. When you have a contract with Jesus, and this tragedy and difficulty or whatever bad experiences you experience in life, Jesus, and having that contract or that hope, all right, that hope, even if you say, well, there's no such thing as God and Jesus and all of this, but having that hope is a cushion. When you lose a loved one, when you see little kids sick and dying, and you say, something, that there is a better place. There's a better place, and I want to make sure that I have a contract, so when the day comes, it's already signed and sealed. And I really that's my message. I'm not moving aside from it, and I feel that if more and more people would do that, the country could really be in better shape. Now, I'm not saying everyone has to be a Bible thumping, card carrying Christian, but when you start taking God out of schools and out of people's minds, well, that gives people a right to do whatever they want. Well, nobody's, we at least as Christians, we're not worried about man watching what we may be doing is bad. We're worried about what God is watching would be bad. We're more concerned about that. So, you're not gonna run into Walgreens with a garbage bag and start filling it up with everything and running out. You wouldn't do that as a Christian. But when you take God, when you take Christianity out of this country, or any country, where there is no superior being that is watching you, you'll do anything. You'll say, well, who cares? I'm just going to get away with it. Who cares? If man doesn't catch me, that's it. I got a new TV. I stole this. I stole that. But that's my thought. And the more we watch the news, I'm saying, man, do these people have any conscience at all? They just run rampant, do whatever they want, beat people up on the streets, push them in the subway trains, and kill them. It's a crazy world we're living in, and the reason why it's so crazy is because they've taken God out of it. And so that's what we try to do with our little ministry. We're not Billy Graham here, where we're not packing stadiums. We're having a hard time to get 20 people to listen in on a Sunday. But we're making changes, and I think we're moving in the right direction.
Yeah. And I know I'm trying to get a bunch of my Christian friends and pastors that I'm familiar with. I'm trying to get them to start tuning in and pay attention on Sunday afternoons, and especially with like Anne Marie's programs, because they're just so powerful having that testimony.
Yes.
And I'm finding pastors that want to reach out, but they're scared to because they don't know how their church would react. And I'm the type of person, I don't care what other people think. So I would just do it. So, and I know, I know some aren't really in that position, but I wish, I'm a firm believer. Cults are the unpaid bills of the church. And I think the church needs to pay its debt, needs to start taking up the slack and say, you know what? We were not being vigilant when this started, and this is where it's at now. We need to become stronger, and we need to face off with it, because it is not just an enemy of humanity, but a cult is an enemy of God. And Jesus died for those who are in the cult so they could be free from it. So I'm hoping some of my pastor friends and stuff will start tuning in and calling in and pay attention.
Well, I'll tell you what, Chad. No, I'm glad you're saying this, because this is true. We're all going to be working together here, and we got these new programs. That Anne Marie's program is attracting a lot of attention. It really, really is. That testimony program that's working really well. That's getting more and more attention. Now, because of the format of that program, we've got 2 other programs that will be starting. In fact, we got 3 programs. On the 20th of November, we have a program. It's called the Christian Court. And we have an Old Testament scholar, Egal, his name is. He's been on before, not as his own program, but he's going to have his own program. Him and Jay Hess, we have a program that's going to be called the Christian Court. And what it is they'll come on. Now, this is going to be a crossover program. And we'll talk about the witnesses, but I'm going to see if it can't get into the Christian world. I'm really going to promote it, and hopefully get some Christian radio stations to pick it up. Because what it will be is there's a lot of things in the Christian world that's a gray area. People don't know what to do. For example, like when it comes to going to war. As a Christian, would you go to war? Would you take up arms and shoot somebody? And, some Christians would say no. So there's gray areas, non-salvation points that we're going to discuss. So we're going to ask the questions in this Christian court, and there'll be pre-recorded questions. I'm a Christian, and would it be proper for me to join the Marines or whatever? And we're going to get Egal, the Old Testament scholar, to answer from the Old Testament. And then we're going to get Jay, who is a scholar in the New Testament, and we're going to get him to comment on the New Testament. So that program's going to be good. And in simple things, non-salvation points, like, when you go in for communion, do you take wine or do you take grape juice? So we got a couple of hundred questions like that are very simple questions. And nobody's going to be judged and, kicked out of the room like they do in a Jehovah's Witness Judicial Committee hearing. It's not going to be that bad. So it's going to be good. And then we got another program. We got a woman coming in here from Massachusetts.
Can I ask?
Yeah,
so
go ahead.
Can I ask you about the program you're talking about now? So they'll be discussing, for instance, within Christianity, there are the essentials and then the non-essentials. Am I hearing you correctly? That you're going to be involved in the non-essentials?
Yeah, it's going to be what they would say, non-salvation points. In other words, it's not going to kick a person out of the kingdom. In fact, I'll give you some of let me just get in here for a second. I'll give you some of the subjects that we'll be discussing, for example.
And Rick, you're taking more questions too, right? If people have questions.
Oh yeah, there'll be more questions.
You?
Yeah. But
Right.
the leading, I'm going to introduce the program. And in the world of Christianity, there's a wide spectrum of understanding between scriptural explanations and personal mixed peculiarities, a gray area lacking clearly defined information. The Christian enters the uncertain zone, a zone where Christians will differ in interpretation. Some say their explanation is correct. Others propose they've got it right. So then we go into the court, and we're going to have questions like, well, how to pray. Now, not necessarily what to say, but, some Christians say, well, you have to, I know even my mother, who was a staunch Jehovah's Witness, she would say, well, Ricky, the best, when I was a little kid, well, the best way really to pray is, get by the side of your bed and get down on your hands and knees. And so she thought that was the way to do it. Some people like to go into a room and be silent where there's no sound, where they can converse with God. So, but the thing is, friends, you could actually pray while you're eating a Big Mac. I mean, this as long as you're connecting with your Heavenly Father, He likes that. And of course, we'll be discussing medical peculiarities. And, we know the witnesses have a bunch of them, but also I got other religions here too. The Christian Scientists, for example, and other religions have peculiarities that deal with the medical world. So we'll ask the Old Testament scholar and the New Testament scholar.
Let me just say something here.
Yeah.
From what I understand, there's the essentials that pretty much all Christians would agree on. And then the non-essentials are areas that we can agree on or disagree on. Like there's actually a liberty, a freedom to maybe, like, let's talk about the rapture. So some Christians would think pre-rapture, that they would be raptured before all of that tribulation and Armageddon. Some people think mid-rapture. Others think they wouldn't be raptured until, the Great Tribulation and Armageddon would be all over with. So my question is so if somebody calls it or asks this question, from what I understand, there's freedom to agree on it or disagree. So would the answering of the questions take away that?
No.
Or are you giving more clarity to give like accurate answers?
Well, in the Christian world, what you're speaking of there, Linda, is you're using the term rapture, and that certainly is appropriate. They call themselves, there's premillennialist, there's also present millennialist, and then there's future millennialist. In other words, they're looking to, some say that we're going to be out of here before the tribulation comes. Some Christians say that. We're going to be raptured, as you would say, before the tribulation. And others would say, well, no, it's going to happen we'll experience a little bit of it, presently, but then we'll be out of here before it really gets really bad. And then others say, the post-millennialist, they will say that, well, no, it's going to, we're going to have to suffer. We're going to have to go through the tribulation, and then we'll be raptured up. So, but it's what I like your term there. I really do. The term essential. In other words, in the world of Christianity, there are a lot of things that is not a salvation point. In other words, whether you believe in either of those three positions is not going to keep you out of the kingdom. Now, you can get a dogmatic, fighting hard Christian and say, no, you got to believe what I believe. But there's no, that's why that's a good question that could be asked in the court. But it's not, you're not going to walk away feeling I was wrong and they judge me. It's not going to be like that. It's going to
So it's not going to be something where the category of the non-essentials would be in the, like, you're not going to present between Jay Hess and this other person how it's supposed to, like, the accurate answer, because am I correct on that? Okay, good.
You're right. Now, Jay's program,
because I was just gonna have to warn you, sir, this would make it legalistic. Okay, please don't do this.
Oh no!
Please
Oh,
don't do this.
No, it's not. It's not.
Okay.
It's
Thank you.
For example, could is it proper for a Christian to run for political office? You know, is it proper?
Yeah.
In other words, the answers are going to be. They're not going to be. You have to do this. Is it wrong to bring your brother to court? You know, a lot of these things stem from our Jehovah's Witness background, obviously.
Sure.
How about a person wearing a cross? Is that acceptable? I mean, some people, even in the Christian world, some people, not just Jehovah's Witnesses, but some feel it's probably like idolatry. Does a Christian have to be baptized in water to be saved? Does a Christian have to confess his sins to man?
So it sounds like you're getting people to think and actually go into critical thinking. So it also encourages them to think on their own. Okay, good.
Right.
I like it. Like it.
Long hair on a man. I mean, is that acceptable? Women, do they have to wear a head?
No, it's not. Men need to shave their heads.
Yeah.
From the Church of Chad.
Well,
erase.
It's stuff like that, but you know, it's information like that. And then
you're so sarcastic. That was great.
That was good. No, we know where Chad's coming from. Chad's a good man, and he's doing his job too. And Chad's doing a great job as well. And you know, he's starting to get his own little following in there. It's taken a little while to get his program off the ground. You know, that's what I try to tell everyone when we first start doing programs here in the 6th Screen. It takes time. Man, you got to be persistent and you got to hang in there. And sometimes nothing is happening at all. Linda, you know that. Some nights you come on here and, geez, nobody's even talking. You don't know what to do. But you just have to be persistent and keep going at it. And another program we have coming up, too, is My Christian Sermon. And what it is I learned this from the Jehovah's Witnesses, is one thing I did like, there's a few things that were okay in the Jehovah's Witness religion, but they allowed everybody and anybody, from a little kid to an older person, to be able to get up on the platform and give a talk. You know, a little 5 or 10 minute talk. You could do that. And I thought that was kind of neat. So what we're going to do in My Christian Sermon is we're going to have people come in, and anyone can do it. I don't care where they came from, whether they're ex-witnesses or not, and they want to tell the world. All of us have something inside us concerning biblical matters or spiritual matters that we would like to discuss, and we'd like to be able to have a little talk on it. So we're gonna have that. We're gonna have My Christian Sermon. It's 15 minutes long. That's what you got. Tell the world what you know about spirituality. And so I've already got some people lined up for that. So that's My Christian Sermon. That's another program we're going to have. Trying to cross over to the Christian world, you know.
That's awesome. And you know, with that whole thing with the Christian court, from what Linda was saying, it really reminded me of what Martin Luther said. Martin Luther started the Protestant Reformation October 31st, 1517. And he said, in essential unity, in non-essential liberty, but in all things, charity. And charity means love.
Yeah. Well, actually, you got some good... I heard that saying earlier you had, too, that you wrote, Chad. It's very good. But no, you like these little sayings. Little sayings. Listen, there's a lot of understanding that comes from just a few words. A lot of understanding. Yeah. So that's what we're doing. We're trying to get that going. So I've been working on that. And then we do have another program too. And it's, you know, with all of the different religions, we have a woman coming in from Massachusetts who's very knowledgeable on this. And she's a Christian woman, but she's going to be talking about all these new age religions that are popping up, and they're popping up on a daily basis. And there seems to be a universal theme. And that theme is dealing with, you know, you can worship whatever you want. You can worship the moon. You can be into paganism. It doesn't matter. As long as as long as you have a feeling there's a higher being, no matter where they would be. And this is kind of like New Age, a universal understanding that there's a higher being. But, is that the direction? Well, she's going to come on and tell us about some of these religions. Yep.
Okay.
That sounds good.
Yeah, so it's all good. So that's what we've been doing. And this is our last shot for Sunday. In other words, I'm really trying to get this thing moving in the right direction. And one thing that is got me thinking of this is when we came across this man, Egal, and he lives out there in about by our way. He lives in Chicago area. And he just got through with the Moody Bible School, and he got his doctor's of theology certificate.
Divinity. Okay.
And he's coming on, and he wants to be part of the sixth screen. And he is definitely an Old Testament. He's a former Jehovah's Witness from Israel. He's a Jewish Jehovah's Witness, and he knows all about the Old Testament. So when I started contacting him and talking with him, I got this idea. Jesus, great to have a scholar on with us of the Old Testament, and he'll be working with Jay Hess on that program. And it's something that it's kind of a last ditch effort here for Sundays. I really want to get this Sunday programs moving because that. I mean, to be quite frank, the six screens is, we don't get into preaching or anything, and I don't do that because I know it doesn't work. I know it doesn't work. I've tried it. When I first started doing the six screens, I started doing a little preaching when I first started on Saturday night, and people dropped off like crazy. So I learned that quick. So we have the no preach zone. We don't preach, or we don't talk really about too much scripture. Sometimes you have to, but we don't really talk too much about it until midnight. Then we can talk about anything. And you guys do it. I see it on your program, Linda. You get people coming in, Christopher and others that come in, and Susan and others, Chad here today. And so there's kind of a mixture in here, and that's good. But it's not like in your face. We're not, you're not going to get on here and listen to us chanting and rolling in the aisles. We're just talking as normal people would talk. And that's how Jesus approached everything. That's how he approached everything. He wasn't out there beating up on everybody,
Yeah.
So it's
woke up and came back online.
Pixie's in the house.
But anyway, I was interested in what Linda said about taking her kids to the Christian Halloween thing.
Yes.
There's
it was a
lot
blast.
of Christians that are doing Halloween, and then the next day is All Saints Day, and they go down to the Episcopal Church. It's like they do a little reenactment of history where they're pagan for one day, and then they go and Christianize the next day. It's kind of different, but it's not that unusual. And as witnesses, that just blows our mind. That's not anything that was in our wheelhouse at all.
Yes, it wasn't at all. And so All Saints Day, from what I understand, is very Catholic and very Hispanic to acknowledge those that have, our ancestors and stuff. And that's kind of fascinating.
Because when you look at Britain and you look at Scotland, there is a understanding of the pagan past of Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and the British Isles in general, and England. They've still got one foot in understanding their history. When I went to Ireland, the Catholicism there was profoundly with pagan roots.
Well, paganism was before Christianity, correct?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay, I was just checking in.
It's still out there. Some of it's still out there, and most of the pagans I've met in the New Age, the neo-pagans, because we really don't know everything the pagans taught. Most of the neo-pagans have been really cool people and really ethical people. So there are people that aren't Christian that have really good ethics. And even some of your agnostics and atheists, they say, well, we're ethical. But Jefferson didn't believe a word of it, and he said we had to have Christianity in America because, like Rick just said, if we didn't, people would be stealing in stores.
Yeah.
So that goes back to Jefferson saying we need church.
Yeah, and Jefferson himself, he was opposed to any and all of the supernatural aspects of the Bible. When he
Yes, he was.
made his own,
yes, he was.
He made his own translation, which it wasn't even a translation. He just took a Bible and he cut out all the parts.
He did. He did, but he said government had to have ethics.
Yeah.
Yeah. So our country has a wide swath of beliefs, and it's always interesting to me when I run across someone who does have folkways, black folkways, or Celtic folkways that go way back. Some of those people will tell you that, you know, they also embrace Christianity. So as witnesses, we were so concerned with, well, the true religion, and we can't have this and we can't have that. There are people on the other end of the spectrum that have all of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that gets real interesting. But
yeah, it does.
When I watched the most recent witness thing there with the German brother, I watched it again, and I kept thinking of Martin Luther and the selling of indulgences.
Oh, yeah. That is a trip.
I kept remembering early witness material in the 50s where they would always say, well, you know, you can contribute and donate out of, you know, the goodness of your heart, but we're not selling indulgences.
Yes. Can you explain to the audience what indulgences are, Pixie?
Indulgences were little medieval papers way back in the peasant times of the Middle Ages, when people couldn't read, and it was the poor and the very, very rich on top of the hill with the big church. And the people thought that they could fill out this paper and hand money, or maybe grain, whatever they had. They gave stuff and money to wash away their sins on this paper. Okay. So they weren't looking for the Christ to forgive them or anything. They were begging the church to forgive certain things with this little paper they fill out.
Yep. In fact, with Martin Luther, he hated the teaching and preaching of indulgences.
That was it.
His big thing, and this was what really set off the Protestant Reformation.
That was it.
There was a Roman Catholic evangelist named Johann Tetzel, and he would say things like, when a coin in the coffer claims a soul from purgatory, spring. or he'd say, as soon as the coin clinks in the chest, the soul goes up to heavenly rest.
There you go.
Or he would say, and this is the one that really got Martin Luther angry, he said, I could save the soul with a man who raped the mother of God with this indulgence.
Whoa, see,
yeah, that was the beginning of Protestantism. Shocking, but true.
Yeah.
And my dad used to say that one of the witness songs way back when, they had a little vaudeville tune, and the actual vaudeville words were, what a fine business this is.
And Rutherford used to call the Kingdom Halls companies, you know? That was how he referred to the
book. Our book study. Yeah, it was a study of a book. Our book study on this Rutherford's coup book was very interesting because
that was today, wasn't it?
He talks about all the legalities that Rutherford didn't follow when he took it from Russell after Russell died, and Russell's two classes some were more spiritual than others, but they all took a sip and they all had a heavenly hope. It wasn't until Rutherford that he started splitting it up into like a class system, and he wanted all kinds of power for himself. And I mean, the pastor wasn't perfect and people worshipped him, but Rutherford was the one that really deviated from Christianity 101 on a lot of stuff.
He did, yet at the beginning too, he would still speak. The books would still show that worshiping Jesus was the thing to do. You know? Even under Rutherford.
Yeah, but Rutherford really changed it. in
absolutely.
drastic ways. And he didn't even follow the voting and Robert's Rules of Order that he was supposed to follow in his own meetings to get elected, and he kicked people out. And this book has been very enlightening.
Yeah, it's on my list for next month. This month I had to get Cult Girls, and I'm so glad I did. it's so cool. I haven't really started reading it yet. Is that the name of it?
Cult Girls?
Yes.
Is it a ex-witness book? Oh,
yes, Cult Girls. You opened it up, and this is animation. So it's going to tell the story. So I haven't taken the time to read it, but it just looks so cool. It's so cool to look at right now. But I have not gotten into it.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for the recommend on that. That sounds really fun.
I'm looking forward to giving a review.
What was so fun, hanging out in the world before all this medical crisis in the world, hanging out in the world of neo-paganism and the New Age was very artistic and very fun. And I don't think that time is going to come again. When we all start getting back to routines and going to things and all, some of these festivals and some of these private parties and things that people had camping, it's never going to be like that again. That was really great. It was really, really great. And I'm glad that Rick got to that Pennsylvania thing, because I wanted to go there years ago. I had talked on the phone to a man named Carl who'd been a witness, and Rainbow was there. Carl and Rainbow were there in like the 90s or 98 or something. But I never did get to that. And
I'm not familiar with Rainbow.
Huh?
I'm not familiar with Rainbow.
Rainbow was my age, and when I was 5 and 6 years old, I had this brother tell me, "Well, you're going to meet Rainbow. You need to marry Rainbow." And I never did meet Rainbow. And so when I called Carl, he says, "Oh yeah, Rainbow's here." And I said, "Wow."
Somewhere over the rainbow. Too bad you never met him.
He was a witness kid, and he had grown up. But Carl says to me on the phone in about 1998, he says, "Yeah, we're losing our best people."
Oh, wow, okay.
I don't know whatever happened to those early ones that left like that, but they were there in Pennsylvania, where Rick got to go to it, but I didn't have a way to get up there. But interesting to hear about that tonight.
Very, very interesting.
Well, guys, it is 5:30 a.m. here. I just looked at my clock, and I am going to head to bed.
Well, sweet dreams. It's about 6:30 here. And I don't know why I woke up, but I wanted to say hello.
Hello.
Did we hear from him tonight at all? Did we hear from Australia?
Through the chat on YouTube, yes. But he hasn't chimed in over the phone yet. And maybe this will be one of those nights when he's just not up to it or doing too many things or something.
Well, I really had to get to bed early because I've had a lot to do.
Yeah, we're heading into the holidays, and I'm going to be talking about the holidays as we come up, to them, because people are leaving, and they're going to be coming up to these holidays for the first time. And you know me, it's usually like, if you can find yourself being okay with your conscience, you can do this, because I don't want to be like, do it, because you have to be ready or willing, and it needs to be in a place where they can register it in their brain as truly being okay. And if it's not, they don't need to.
Well, for me, Halloween was, if you look at the history of it, it's more like the Mexican culture where they have Day of the Dead and they think of their ancestors. That's initially in Scotland what it was. It was thinking back to your great-grandparents and before that and who you were ancestrally. And when people came over in 1620 from Scotland, that was a big deal for them. But now it's like, let's watch horror movies and be as special effects, intensive as we can make it, and let's make it as scary as possible. And
Yeah, I don't care for
Definitely
that.
sad, but it's not to be feared. You know, they tried to put fear icing on the supernatural in the witness land too, and it's deeper than that. Maybe there are dimensions. Maybe there are afterlives, plural, singular. Maybe
Right.
there's other realms. As my Scottish grandmother would say, other worlds.
Oh,
So
wow.
rather than thinking about our ancestors and thinking about that Methodist Scottish lady and the fact that she thought there were other worlds, you know, they've made it so scary. It's like, how scared can you be?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
there was some of that because there's awe when you look at dimensions. There's awe when you look at deity, either a Christian belief or a pagan belief. Yeah, there's some fear there and there's some awe there, but it was never supposed to be like, how grotesque can you make it like a horror film? And I guess there's room for that too, but it looks like every time religion is in America, the simplicity and the sanctity of any of these beliefs tends to get lost, and it's like, well, let's just frighten everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you.
Let's
And
just
you
frighten
know,
people to be in line. That's
because you can herd them much better, direct them,
oh,
and much
yes.
better when they're scared.
Oh, that would be cute. We could all dress up like little sheep. We could have little sheep costumes. And wolves. There's a
Oh, no.
Halloween idea that hasn't been tried. Sheep and wolves.
Wow. I was just going to end this with said no apostate ever, but in actuality,
yes.
that would be kind of fun, right?
Be funny as heck. Yeah. Last year I was going to do a plague doctor costume. You know, have you
Yes.
are you familiar with the Middle Ages? And yeah, I think that would be a good costume.
So the face mask would have this big old long nose from when the plague was.
Yeah, the bird. The doctors really had that. They really did. And and it had social distancing. Maybe it worked a little bit. I don't know.
We'll have to look into history and see. I haven't thought about that.
But we're in this post-COVID world. We're in it's totally different now.
Yeah, and the isolation for some people was very very enjoyable, very self-reflective, kind of cool. But then there was these other people where it was like drove them nuts. Like they basically introverts and extroverts. If you were more extrovert, it was agony for them. Just like it would be.
I thought I was an extrovert, but I'm really not. The quarantine-ish thing didn't bother me a bit.
Well, to me, it felt like half the world was in a cult because of the isolation. Just a combination of things was like, this is oddly familiar. I don't know if I like this.
And then people trying to tell you about, well, you have to do this because we're all doing it. And I'm like, what war did I hear that in the last time?
Right.
Where did I hear that last time? What lifetime was I in that?
And here, we speak about the organization. They strongly discourage, meaning you ain't supposed to, right? And that was going on in the world of reality, that it's strongly discouraged that you don't wear your mask, which meant you really should, right? So it was like, oh my God, I am so familiar with this lingo. Oh, this was kind of, you hear the fear? It triggered me. It really triggered me.
Yeah.
And then there was
it was different.
So, as I've mentioned before, when people come out of the pandemic, some of them might be experiencing institutional syndrome, which is also what someone would experience when leaving a prison because they were isolated there, or even cult members when leaving a culture that had them so isolated. So what I mean by this is it's extremely hard to assimilate into society at large. So if you're having a hard time doing that, this is actually normal. And if you persist and you even see a therapist, would be a good idea. It does end
Well, I
eventually.
just realized there was a lot of things I was doing that I didn't really like anyway.
Such as?
Well, such as I don't miss the people from the meetings.
Okay.
I don't miss putting on dress clothes the way I thought I would.
Okay.
I don't miss pushing a clock at work.
Yeah.
People are not going back to a lot of important things. My Methodist friend called me and she said they were having trouble finding workers in the supermarket and at the diner she goes to. So if they can't find people to work at Shoney's and they can't find people to work as baggers in a grocery store, these are entry-level jobs. But I guess people are making more, as drivers maybe, or online or something. We're in a different world.
Yes. Yes, we are. And it's going to be fascinating too. As time goes by, there'll be certain statistics that will be said about this time, and I hope that things will be documented well so that we can eventually look back at it.
Dr. Drew, the last
Yeah,
3
that's
or 4
right.
episodes of Ask Dr. Drew, and
Thank you for telling me about that.
Yes, and he's being very, very doctorly and scientific with them. He's looking at it with a cold, scientific numbers. He doesn't want people, even his own guests, being conspiratorial or anything. It's just the numbers.
I used to listen to Dr. Drew back in the day, and so I remember his voice, and I remember he had ethics, and his what he shared was it just seemed it made sense. It seemed very accurate, but he's a doctor. So thank you for reminding me of that.
It's not like Loveline. It's very sciencey. These last 4 episodes, it's been really good, and it's on YouTube.
I'm glad you mentioned Loveline, because that's exactly back in the day when I would listen to him.
Wasn't that great?
It was called Loveline, and people would call in and ask all kinds of questions that I guess they didn't want to ask their parents. And Dr. Drew was just so matter-of-factly, like, well, this, that, and the other, and this, that, and the other. So I liked his approach then on those subjects. So I'm looking forward to seeing the same kind of guy and same approach. So yeah. As a matter of fact, I'm going to I think I'm going to end this show pretty soon. You can get your day started, and well, I just need to go listen to Dr. Drew. Okay.
And have a happy Sunday.
You too. I'm going to go. Bye-bye. I'm going to go listen to Dr. Drew. It is about 3:36 a.m. here in Southern California, and tonight it rained. It was very nice, especially after going through the heat waves that we did late September. Early October. That was horrible. So yeah, I enjoyed this time here tonight with you, and this is Apostababe Linda James, your favorite apostate. The dates for this show was October 14th and 15th in October 2022. I really, really look forward to this show all week long. It's definitely a highlight of my week, and I'm very thankful for those who are here tonight and listened in, and anyone who listens in the future. Thank you. I appreciate you very, very much. And I'm going to say goodnight. Looking forward to talking with you next week. Bye-bye.
You're on the Six Screens Telenetwork, earning the reputation of giving all the right ingredients, uninhibited in exposing the hard, cold facts about the Watchtower Society. And now, the end is near.